Super Bowl 59, the culmination of the 2024-2025 NFL season, the first Super Bowl to have been played here since the Blackout Bowl when the Baltimore Ravens defeated the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 47 12 years ago. It was 2 years back when the Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Philadelphia Eagles 38-35 in Super Bowl 57 at Phoenix, marking the team's third Super Bowl comeback after trailing by 10 points, or second one rather. They meet again tonight in the big stage again, this time in the Big Easy, with the Chiefs looking to complete the first successful three-peat in NFL history. The Eagles want to take care of unfinished business. Hello everyone, I am Alec Nava. I'm so happy to have you guys here joining me for the big game tonight, Super Bowl 59. It's the second time both teams will meet in the Super Bowl after the aforementioned game at Phoenix, which is the Eagles' most recent Super Bowl appearance. Tonight is their fifth such appearance. This year will be the Chiefs' seventh Super Bowl appearance. In the last 2 years, they won. Last season, defeating the San Francisco 49ers 25-22 with 3 seconds left in the first overtime, marking the longest Super Bowl in NFL history. And the seventh longest game in NFL history. So the last time the two teams met, kicked off the first of back-to-back titles for the Chiefs, and they will attempt to do what no team has ever done. The Eagles want revenge here. We have a member of Eagles faithful joining along here. It's been a long time here. I mean, as I've seen you, Victor. How are you?
Good. I'm waiting for Fly Eagles Fly tonight.
All right. What to see here? Of course, both teams look different from 2 years ago. The Chiefs look more methodical. The Eagles are going with a more run-heavy approach. Of course, Saquon Barkley, the Offensive Player of the Year, almost got to Eric Dickerson's rushing record. That was one thing that we wanted to note out. That was very close for him, but he did total over 400 rushing yards in the 3 playoff games that he had against the Packers, Rams, and Commanders. 200 on the Rams as well. So if you keep running the football, that would normally lead to success and have the beast unleashed. Is that how you see things here, Victor? Well, no answer yet. Well,
I'm still here.
So how do you see this game? Do you see a lot of Saquon Barkley tonight's game here for your Eagles?
It's still going to be a great game, and hopefully Saquon Barkley will do good in the game because he's big on runs.
Mm-hmm. When you compare this year to the 2022 Eagles team, when that year it consisted of Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, and Boston Scott. In that year's Super Bowl, they had 45 yards on 17 carries. But Saquon has not been stopped by anyone, even though Steve Spagnuolo's defense is not allowed a 100-yard rusher this season. The Ravens' defense allowed a league-best 3.6 yards per carry. Saquon ran 23 times for 107 yards and a touchdown. The Packers gave up an average of 4 yards per carry. But Saquon ran 24 yards for 109 yards in week 1, then 25 carries for 190 yards in the wild card. The Steelers gave up just 4.1 yards per carry, and while he was held to 65 yards on 19 attempts, it was a game focused on throwing the football with great success. It didn't matter what defense the Eagles have faced. Saquon has run on them all. So we're looking at the preview of the Eagles right now. Saquon Barkley, of course, being the big key. Given Spagnuolo likes to live in dime packages and blitz frequently, the chances of Saquon breaking off 1 or 2 big gains is pretty solid here. Now we go to their defensive side, which they have risen up to the occasion. 2 years ago, they were led by a wildly effective defensive line that nearly set a new NFL record in sacks. But that D-line and decent play by their top 2 corners covered up a lot of flaws in Jonathan Gannon's game. When the pass rush wasn't getting home, their defense sunk. This year's group is not as talented at the edge rusher, but they are better everywhere else. The interior of the defensive line has the best tackle in football right now, arguably, at least in the NFC side, in Jalen Carter, an emerging star Milton Williams, a red-hot edge player Nolan Smith, who has 4 sacks in the first 3 playoff games, and Brandon Graham, who is returning from the injured reserve, having one of his best seasons before injuring his triceps. Of course, Chris Jones on the other side, don't forget about that. The 2022 Eagles also didn't have Zach Bond, who back then was with the New Orleans Saints. He has revolutionized the middle of this Eagles defense, and despite losing the Kobe Dean for the year to a torn patella in the wildcard win over the Packers, Oren Burks has stepped in and made big plays. The secondary is even more loaded. Darius Slay continues to play at his best. He now has a shutdown corner opposite him in Quinion Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean is a huge upgrade over what Avonte Maddox was in 2022. When you add Reed Blankenship, you have a swarming defense that specializes in forcing fumbles and creating turnovers, forcing field goals, limiting the big play, and putting the bang on opponents. Lane Johnson also said something interesting this week that shed some light on the difficulties some teams face playing in their first Super Bowl. The Eagles went to the locker room with a 24-14 lead 2 years ago. In reality, the Eagles had to Kansas City 7 points with Hurts' fumble 6. Should have been at worst 24-7. And the Birds dominated the first half. KC now scored them 24-11 in the second half. A defensive meltdown from top to bottom, though the offense wasn't as efficient as it had been earlier in the game either. Johnson seems to be saying the longer halftime affected them negatively, resulting in that second half meltdown. Andy Reid and the Chiefs, on the other hand, have been there before and they know how to handle it. Nick Sirianni and the veterans were there 2 years ago, may come out the locker room sharper than they did in Super Bowl LVII. Jalen Carter also has to be a game wrecker. The last time the Eagles played the Superdome was when they faced the Saints in Week 3. Entering that game, the Saints offense was red hot, but one player shut them down, Carter. It helped that the Saints O-line got banged up early in the game, and it helped that Derek Carr didn't have a good outing. Still, we know that Carter has a game record potential. If anybody has the ability to neutralize Patrick Mahomes, it's him. He has to be a force and take over. It'll be interesting to see how the Chiefs block him. Trey Smith is one of the best guards in the game. Would he trust him to single block him at a decent clip, allowing Creed Humphrey to give more help to Mike Caliendo's side? Do the Eagles go out of character to move Carter around more often than usual? Regardless of the situation, Carter has to dominate for the Eagles to win. Something of a prime Aaron Donald type of game. Third is for Nick Sirianni. Fourth is for Nick Sirianni to learn. Fifth is for Nick Sirianni to learn from this last Super Bowl. He don't beat Mahomes by punting the ball and kicking field goals. His aggressiveness on 4th and 5 in the NFC Championship game was a huge turning point. The Eagles won Super Bowl 52 in no small part by running Philly special on 4th down and later converting a 4th and 1 in the fourth quarter. They lost Super Bowl 57 in no small part by Sirianni punting on 4th and 3 from their own territory. If they were to go down, the Eagles have to go down swinging. Interior offensive line, for as strong as it is throughout the season, might be the weak point. Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens fully participate in practice all week and they're listed about game statuses on the final injury report. The good news is that it's fair to wonder how close to 1% they are. Will they be able to make it for the game? Or will they be noticeably hampered? Also, Mekhi Becton had a nice season, and he's been good as a run blocker. But there are some concerns in pass protection, and Chris Jones going up against him isn't the most comforting thought. So we go to the Chiefs on their keys to this game now. First, it's for Patrick Mahomes playing through all the traffic in the world. Mahomes saved his most impactful performance of the season for the AFC Championship game over the Bills. Specifically, he was disciplined in the pocket and efficient on quick passes. We completed 12-15 attempts for 140 yards and a touchdown. He also made the most of every rushing opportunity that was given to him. He'll likely need to go out quick against Philly, even though the Eagles blitz at the 5th lowest rate in the NFL. Vic Fangio's scheme centers around trusting a talented 4-man rush unit headed by Jalen Carter. Carter nearly exclusively lines up to the offense's right side of the ball, sets him up against Trey Smith, but Mike Caliendo has interior disruptors like Milton Williams, or Jordan Davis, or Moro Ojomo to work against. This defensive tackle room for the Eagles has 4 sacks and 25 QB pressures combined throughout this playoff run. Creed Humphrey will need to keep his head on a swivel to uphold the front of the pocket. Plus, Smith has 4 sacks this postseason himself. He's going to primarily align over Jawan Taylor at the right side. Second is Saquon Barkley and how to stop him for KC. A key factor for this defense will be how committed the scheme and players are to sealing run lanes against Saquon. This postseason, he has touchdown runs of 62, 78, and 60 yards. Those game-breaking plays boast a free game stretch with only a 34.8% rushing success rate. Throughout the regular season, this would have ranked 34th among qualified running backs. A plan to limit Saquon's explosive plays had to involve Justin Reed playing closer to the line of scrimmage, coming from a strong safety position. C. Spagnuolo may also use a free linebacker set featuring Leo Chenal. The interior D-line and linebackers will have lots of responsibilities breaking through the wall of blocking. It's going to be hard to do that on the edge, so look for those guys to be on their A game and picking their spots to try to blow up a run. Third is for the Chiefs' plan for coverage. If the focus is on shutting down Saquon, this puts the defensive back room to limit big completions to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert, not to mention about some involvement from Jahan Dotson. Jalen Hurts wants to target Brown downfield and to the perimeter. This season, he's been relying on the outside for 82% of his snaps, with an average depth of target of 13.2 yards. So, the outside corners can't play soft in alignment because Brown can be lethal on the slants. The use of Trent McDuffie is going to be one that is worth monitoring. Brown's physical skill set is a disadvantage for McDuffie, so a better individual matchup would be Devontae Smith for McDuffie, as he is Philly's primary slot receiver. The Chiefs may lean trusting towards Jalen Watson and Josh Williams on Brown, shading his safety over them when possible. Goddard's been the Eagles' leader in receptions and receiving yards. 15 total catches for 188 yards this postseason. He's a safety blanket for Hurts and can take advantage of the space created by other playmakers. Tackling and tight coverage by the Chiefs linebackers and safeties will be key to limiting Goddard's impact. The Eagles' front is multiple and disruptive as well. So that's getting to the running back to the second level and take up a lot of space as opposing offenses work their running game. The Chiefs have to find ways to get Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco to that second level. Creative run schemes or pass plays that set up Hunt to break tackles. Hunt forced 7 missed tackles on run plays in the AFC Championship game. And lastly, it is situational football. This Super Bowl is going to come down to either side's situational execution. The Chiefs ranked second in third down conversion rate this year. The Eagles defense allowed the third lowest rate. This Eagles offense ranked 10th, facing a Chiefs defense that finished up allowing the 7th highest rate on third downs. Both offenses rank in the top 4 in fourth down conversion rate as well. The Chiefs will not find the short yard scheme from Philly to be as simple to defend as the Bills last week. The best way to defend the tush push, avoid short yardage scenarios. That's why run blitzes on early downs can be high risk, high reward. The Eagles' play calling becomes less dynamic on long downs. The Chiefs will likely need to win through the air in the red zone because of Philly's enormous front or goal line situations. Look for the speed of receivers like Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Justin Watson open up windows for Travis Kelce and others like DeAndre Hopkins and Juju Smith-Schuster. So go on to our lineups, beginning with the Kansas City Chiefs, the designated visiting team, as the AFC team is the visitors on odd-numbered Super Bowls. NFC team is the home team on odd-numbered Super Bowls. So the Chiefs being the visitors right now. Patrick Mahomes under center. Isaiah Pacheco at running back. Outside receivers, DeAndre Hopkins and Xavier Worthy. Slot receiver is Hollywood Brown. At tight end, Travis Kelce. Offensive line from left to right, 4-time Super Bowl champion Joe Thuney at left tackle. Joined by Mike Caliendo, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, and Jawan Taylor. On defense, it starts with Chris Jones and Tershawn Wharton up front. The edge rushers are George Karlaftis and Mike Dana. Linebackers Drew Tranquil, Nick Bolton, and Leo Chenal. Outside corners, Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie. Unless they want to put Josh Williams on the outside up against Dotson and McDuffie on the slot. Justin Reed and Brian Cook are the deep safeties. Special teams, it begins with Harrison Butker as the kicker, Matt Ariza as the punter, James Winchester as the long snapper, Nico Remigio and Samaje Perine, the return men. Only 7 players have been on the Chiefs for all 5 of the Super Bowls that they have played in the Mahomes era. One of them is not playing tonight, despite catching a game-winning touchdown last season. Those players are Mahomes, Kelsey, Jones, Derek Nottie, Butker, Winchester, and the injured Mecole Hardman. For the Eagles, their starting lineups are like this. Jalen Hurts under center. Saquon Barkley is the running back. A.J. Brown and Jahan Dotson, the outside wideouts. Devontae Smith at slot. Dallas Goedert at the tight end spot. Offensive line from left to right. Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Mekhi Becton, and Lane Johnson. For the defense, Milton Williams, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter up front. Edge rushers are Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat. Inside linebackers, Zach Bond and Oren Burks. Outside corners are Darius Slay and Quinyon Mitchell. They can also use Cooper DeJean in the slot. Deep safeties are C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship. Special teams begins with Jake Elliott, the kicker, Braden Mann, the punter, Rick Lovato, the long snapper, Kenneth Gainwell, and DeJean are the return men. Only 3 players on the Eagles were part of the team that won Super Bowl 52. Elliott, Lovato, and Johnson, as Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox have retired. Well, technically it's 4 because Brandon Graham is also part of this team, but is not a starter. It's listed. The New Orleans style of the national anthem being played here at the Superdome. So we say hello to our referees for tonight's game. Ron Torbert, the main referee. This is his second Super Bowl assignment. He was the lead referee for Super Bowl 56 3 years ago. Matthew Stafford winning his first. Aaron Donald winning his first. Mike Morton is the umpire. This is the first time in NFL history in which an official that's officiating a Super Bowl has previously played a Super Bowl and won. Terry Killings last year is the first former NFL player to later officiate in a Super Bowl, but has not won it as a player. Morton was part of the 1999 St. Louis Rams team that won Super Bowl 34 over the Tennessee Titans when Mike Jones made the tackle, stopped Kevin Dyson 1 yard short. Down judge is Max Causey. Line judge is Mark Stewart. Merle Robinson is the field judge. Boris Cheek, the side judge, was officiating 3 previous Super Bowls. Super Bowl 42, 18 wins, 1 giant loss. Super Bowl 50, Peyton Manning's loss to Raw. And Super Bowl 54, the start of the new Chief Dynasty. Jonah Monroe is the back judge. Kevin Brown is the replay official. And Sean McKee of the NFL's players, the NFL officiating operations, being the replay assistant. Previously being part of the officiating crew at Super Bowl 55 and 56. The alternate officials, Carl Sheffers, who has officiated 3 previous Super Bowls, 51, 55, and 57. Dwayne Haight, the alternate umpire. Dana McKenzie, alternate down judge, who officiates Super Bowl 49. Julian Mapp, alternate line judge. Anthony Fleming, alternate field judge. Chad Hill, alternate side judge. Greg Yett, alternate back judge. Matt Sumstein, alternate replay official. Head coaches are Andy Reid for the Chiefs, 3-time Super Bowl winning head coach. In Super Bowl 54, 57, and 58, he has also went to Super Bowl 39 as the head coach of the Eagles. And speaking of the Eagles, their head coach is Nick Sirianni, who was looking for revenge after losing Super Bowl 57 with Philadelphia, trying to reach those heights that his predecessor Doug Peterson reached in Super Bowl 52, when they went the entire postseason with backup quarterback Nick Foles. The number 9 jersey has since not been reissued after the legend of Nick Foles, channeling the spirit of Rocky Balboa. The underdog energy, knowing that the Eagles were underdogs for all 3 games that they played in their run to that year's Super Bowl. Carson Wentz, who is on the Chiefs right now, played an indirect part in constructing the current Chiefs roster. He was dealt to the Indianapolis Colts after he was benched for Jalen Hurts at the back end of his final year in Philadelphia. A season in which it went south quick for the Eagles, and they finished 4-11-1, the final season of the 16-game schedule. Wentz, a Super Bowl champion, was injured in a win over the Los Angeles Rams. He was an MVP frontrunner at that point, and likely the MVP favorite had it not been for the injury. Previous Super Bowl champions on the rosters include, for the Chiefs, Wentz, Mahomes, Pacheco, Nico Remigio, Juju Smith-Schuster, Justin Watson, who was on the Buccaneers in Super Bowl 55, Noah Gray, Travis Kelce, Creed Humphrey, Joe Thuney, Wanya Morris, Trey Smith, Mike Caliendo, Jawan Taylor. On defense, previous Super Bowl winners being Mike Dana, George Karlaftis, Mike Pennell Jr., Derek Nottie, Chris Jones, Malik Herring, Felix Anudike-Uzama, Tershawn Wharton, Joe Tranquil, Nick Bolton, Cam Jones, Leo Chenal, Josh Williams, Najee Johnson, Trent McDuffie, Darren Watson, Keith Taylor Jr., Brian Cook, Justin Reed, Shamari Connor, Harrison Butker, James Winchester, Rashee Rice, Mecole Hardman, Jack Cotron, Jody Fortson. Among them, for the Eagles, the previous Super Bowl champions, including Darian Kennard, Lane Johnson, Brandon Graham, Jake Elliott, and Rick Lovato. So we're getting set for the opening coin toss here in Super Bowl 59. Taylor Swift, the Kelce family in attendance. Of course, the Swiftie effect being one of those notable phenomenons that have added on to sports to get young teenage girls to watching these games as the captains shake hands for the coin toss. It'll be done here in Super Bowl 59 as they get set here at midfield. The coin toss is Cam Jordan getting a speech around for the Superdome crowd, longtime captain for the New Orleans Saints. The cost of a 30-second commercial for each Super Bowl ad is between $7.5 million and $8 million. We all mourn the victims of the tragic New Orleans shooting earlier this year. Rest in peace to those lives that were lost in that tragedy. So everyone is applauding everyone, all the first responders who were quick to jump onto the scene. So here at midfield are Mahomes, Jones, the Saints game day production teams all around. And all the family members, everyone who is watching around, attending this Super Bowl, seeing this emotional tribute, prepared for this game. Darius Slade, Jordan Mailata, Brandon Graham at midfield, Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, Harrison Butker, James Winchester. So, salute to everyone. And Ron Torbert congratulating both teams on their ways to here. Alright, so the Super Bowl logo is heads. The team logos are tails. Tails is the call. The coin toss is here. It is heads. So, the coin toss done by Ron Torbert himself, as he was the one doing the coin toss. Over at midfield, he embraces. You gotta wonder who Jason Kelce is rooting for here. Nick Bolton, another one of these captains. As we are set to get underway for the opening kickoff in just a moment. Casey Wolf and Swoop are prepared. How about you? Let's get ready. Both teams have waited 14 days to get here as we get the determination of the coin toss. Yes, we got it. And it was the Eagles winning the coin toss. They will defer to the second half. Inactives for the Chiefs: Ethan Driscoll, Wanye Morris, and CJ Hansen. Josh Uche, Steven Nelson, Keith Taylor Jr., and Malik Herring. Nelson, who was on his second stint with the Chiefs, being one of the original ones in the Alex Smith era. For the Eagles: Tanner McKee, Aeneas Smith, Darian Kennard, Trevor Keegan, Bryce Huff, Lewis Seen being inactives, and Eli Ricks as well. McKee is the emergency third quarterback in the case Hurts and Kenny Pickett are injured. If you're watching this from my Twitch broadcast, I have a Juju Smith-Schuster Steelers jersey on. It's because a former Steeler in the Super Bowl. So, in 3 straight Super Bowls and attempts, the Dolphins, they were 2-1 in going to the Super Bowl from 1971 to 1973. The Patriots, 3 straight between 2016 and 2018. The 2 Super Bowl victories being separate from one another. The loss in between. The Buffalo Bills from 1990 to 1993. 0-4 in those ones. They've lost to every NFC East team except the Eagles. So they lost to the Cowboys, Commanders, and Giants. The most infamous being wide left Scott Norwood's miss. 47 yards out. So, in this crowd here at New Orleans, a sold-out crowd of 76,468 attendees. As everyone is getting set for this matchup. Swoop, the Eagles mascot, getting hyped up for this game. See, spreading his wings all around. The mascot is a bald eagle, and he is ready. See where Casey Wolf is? I bet he is ready too. The celebrations being on as Swoop is leading the Eagles cheerleaders on throughout the scene. And at the other side, you can just imagine what is going on. Of course, we had the coin toss already. The players are out onto the field now. This is the first Super Bowl under the current dynamic kickoff rules. As they get onto the landing zone, it's just between the goal line and the 20-yard line. So as we get ready So the Eagles won the coin toss. They have elected to receive. So as they want to strike early with precision. But the Chiefs, usually they defer it. So here we go here. Super Bowl 59. We're underway here at the Big Easy. And so the Eagles will start from their own 30. Let's get rocking and rolling. You get Jalen Hurts and company onto the field. They begin in this for the Eagles. 68.8% completion percentage, 34.08 yards, 39 total touchdowns to 5 interceptions, 105 QB rating in the playoffs. The Eagles are 1-3 in Super Bowls, though they've won their most recent against Tom Brady's New England Patriots, a Super Bowl record 505 passing yards for Brady. The 33 points that back then were previously the most for a losing team of the Super Bowl. Here's Saquon. You know what damage he's going to do. It took 3 guys to bring him down, as it was Brian Cook who shoestring him after 4 yards on a run to the left. Next year's Super Bowl will be at the San Francisco Bay Area. Super Bowl 60, be televised by NBC in the year in which they will also have coverage of the Winter Olympics. So that's a good 2-for-1 for them. 2nd and 6 as they line up at the 34-yard line. 2 receivers lined up to the right and 2 tight ends on display. It's a shotgun set. Motioning right and then back left is Grant Calcaterra. On the snap, Hurts is going to throw. 4-man rush. Pop fakes. Now rushes towards the right side. Throw the air. Caught. And forced out was Devontae Smith as he got it for the first down. 6 yards. Or rather, that was 8 yards for Smith. Caught it at the 42 on a tiptoe. Nice pass there as he was forced out by Justin Reed. It was on a comeback route. Hard-hitting safety Reed, younger brother of Eric Reed, the former San Francisco 49er. 2 left here on the wideouts with 2 tight ends to the right. Shotgun set again. We'll see how the Chiefs defend. They have 2 linebackers on this field with an extra safety coming up front. Run for Saquon to the right side. Saquon's going to get some more rumbling here. That time around, he was stopped for 3 yards. Get the backs and receivers on the... I'm admittedly watching this from the Telemundo feed, the Spanish broadcast. So, for those in Spanish-speaking countries listening to this, bienvenidos a todo a Super Bowl 59. So, 2nd and 7 here as they get all lined up. You have Dallas Goedert lined up to the left as a wide receiver. Now he motions to the slot at the left side. 2 left and 2 right. It's a stack set on both sides. Spagnuolo calls for a 4-man rush. Hurts towards the left for Saquon. That's not going to work. Nick Bolton was ready for it. And he gets forced backwards 4 yards. Excellent defense by Spags. He dials up man coverage 1-on-1 between Bolton. He was used as a spy on Barkley. Perfect tackling motion as well. He's one of the top tacklers in the NFL. 2 left and 2 right. With Philadelphia 3rd and 11. It's a long situation for the Eagles. Chiefs send 5. Hurts dancing in the pocket. It's going to run for himself. Hurts. He gets forced out by Cook. Now what is the call here for Nick Sirianni? Is he going to go to his secret weapon, the tush push, or is he going to call for a fake tush push and then go with an outside run? Interesting decision between Sirianni and Kellen Moore, who, by the way, this is likely going to be his last game with the Eagles staff, as he is likely going to be the new head coach of the New Orleans Saints, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It's not going to be a tush push. It'll be an early gamble here, 4th and 2, with 3 receivers to the right, and motioning left is Devontae Smith. Play clock down to 1. Hurts is going to throw it. Hurts airing this out towards the right side of the field. Caught! A.J. Brown dials it up, but a flag is out. And we'll get our first call from Ron Torbert. They have called this pass interference against A.J. Brown. And it's going to nullify the big play as, was there a push-off? We'll have to check here about where the push-off was. Going 1-on-1 with the smaller Trent McDuffie. There's a size advantage that the Eagles have. I believe he hooked McDuffie right around. Turned his face mask around. And it looked like it was very minimal contact. And McDuffie was impacted by it when he had his face mask turned around. So instead of that big gain, the Eagles are going to punt here with Braden Mann. They had Aaron Sipos as their punter 2 years ago. And here's Mann, the former New York Jet, who'll send this to Nico Remigio, the Chiefs punt returner, who returned this from the 7-yard line. No room to run, but he finds a small hole to get this across the 10-yard line, and he is crowded at the 11 by several Eagles, and some Chiefs were trying to advance him further. No score here. The first of Mahomes when we return. What is up, Ian?
Okay, I'll address it right now. That was not offensive pass interference. Honestly, to me, that looked closer to an offensive face mask.
Yeah, they got the penalty right, but they got the call wrong. Offensive pass interference? Nah. I wouldn't. I don't agree with it being offensive pass interference. However, I do agree with there being a flag thrown, because that should have been a face mask, if anything.
Yeah, don't worry. Look, I'm gonna come in at certain points, the important parts, mind you, just explain. But again, hey, listen, I'll come and join you at halftime.
Gotcha, man. We're back here. The Chiefs now have the ball starting from their own 12-yard line. As we get started here. And while that was questionable on pass interference, that looked more on the line of a face mask, if we're being honest. Mahomes quickly to Juju Smith-Schuster. He was the best receiver on the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57, and already he's making his mark. 10 yards and the first down. Already the Chiefs are moving the sticks. One play is all it took. Is Mahomes on his way to historical greatness. 67.4% completion percentage throughout his career, throughout this season. 4,350 passing yards as Pacheco is going to go all the way towards the left of Mahomes on the shotgun. Two receivers, two wideouts on the left side. Swing route to the left for Warby. And gets stuffed by Cooper DeJean. Versatility is the name of the game for the Eagles defense. They load to their backs and receivers. Juju Smith-Schuster getting more involved with the Chiefs throughout this postseason. This is where he shines the best. Big and physical. That's where someone like him can come alive. Same thing for DeAndre Hopkins. A longtime Houston Texan. Later Arizona Cardinal. Now it's an empty set, just 1 yard for Warby. Mahomes on 2nd and 9. Towards the middle. Oh, that was dangerous. He was looking for Travis Kelce. It'll be 3rd and 9. Andy Reid wanted to get to Kelce quickly. So Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams lead the way on the defensive line. We're at 10:03 to go here in this first quarter of Super Bowl 59. Still no score. We'll see how this rematch plays out. Mahomes against Vic Fangio's defense. Likes to go 4-man here. Generating pressure with Mahomes. Running for his life. Mahomes backed up to his own 5-yard line. Got it off on time. Oh! That was a play to be had. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson broke it up at the right side to force a punt on 4th and 9. Mahomes getting chased around all throughout. That looked like it was Super Bowl 55 all over again when Mahomes was running for his life. And almost got this off. He improvised on the play. It almost was an interception for Isaiah Rodgers. Matt Ariza, first-year punter. For the Chiefs, to send this one off as Cooper DeJean is all the way back. On the way now. He is waiting at the 20-yard line. He's going to return this as he spins out one of the Chiefs defenders. At the right side, gets right by the 30, and is forced out by Jaden Hicks. 9:47 to go here. This first quarter does set the Eagles up in good position. We'll return to you shortly after these advertisements. A rather slow start here in New Orleans. So far in their opening drives, there's been no score to speak of. This A.J. Brown's catch was overturned for offensive pass interference when it looked more towards being on the lines of a face mask. At the 30-yard line, lined up at the right hash are the Eagles. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith split out wide. Kari Blasingame, the fullback who was called up from the practice squad, right here, going up against the Chiefs as they want to use more free linebacker sets against running plays like this one. Blasingame is in. Saquon up for the middle. He didn't get a lot of space there. Just 1 yard that time around. And Steve Spagnuolo's defenses have a habit of stepping up in the clutch moments. That time around, they limited him to just 1 yard. Drew Tranquil, Nick Bolton, and Leo Chenal being the linebackers, of course, the free linebackers here at this back. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, two corners are lined up on the outside. They'll say that Saquon got 2 yards here, or that was 1.5. So motion on to the right. Hurts to throw here on 2nd and 8. Backpedaling. A lot of time to throw. Wide open. And a first down right across midfield. Dallas Goedert, who gets onto the action early. And already the Eagles with an up-tempo look as Hurts waited and waited as he had a lot of time to throw this one. Getting efficient blocking from his guys up front, and Goddard on a deep in route up front. Jahan Dotson motions towards the right. Outside run for Saquon towards the right side. Brought down by Mike Dana at the 44-yard line. 20 yards, that was the catch and run for Goddard before being stopped by Jaden Hicks. Say 2 yards for Saquon, who was brought down by Dana on the outside right. The Eagles want to get the early edge here in New Orleans, being a more improved team compared to 2 years ago. 2 years ago was their first breakthrough success. This year, take it over to the top as Saquon gets stuffed on 2nd and 7. They went back to the run. Chase gave them no room, just 2 yards, and that was all. Tershawn Wharton had to stop on him. And Wharton being one of their best run defenders here for the Chiefs, knowing what it takes to stop it onto the run. He knows how to mind the gaps on that inside. 3rd and 5. 2 guys to the right, 2 guys to the left. Chiefs send 4, and Hurts going to air this out to the right side over the head of Goddard. And it looked like there was a flag down, multiple flags on the right side. And it looked like McDuffie is checking with the officials about what the flag is about. Helmet-to-helmet contact. That was the call as McDuffie collided with Goddard after he tried to make the catch. Extension McDuffie's hat on Goddard, it looked like as well. And Dallas Goedert, who saw that he got bumped right on the face mask on the helmet-to-helmet contact from McDuffie, is what caused that flag to fly out as both players were contesting for the ball. McDuffie tried to break the pass up, but instead inadvertently hit Goddard on the helmet. First penalty on the Chiefs is a personal foul. There's a man motioning towards the right side. Oh, Saquon slipped. It's a loss of 1. You don't normally see that as he slipped up and got stopped by Felix Anudike-Uzomah. There was mostly the helmet-to-helmet contact that what provoked the penalty. And Saquon, 6 rushes, 13 yards already, had big plays in the previous 3 games. In the first 3 games, he had 100 yards rushing in each one of them, 200 yards against the Rams. In a game in which the snow laid on. 2nd and 11 here. Shotgun with free right. Chiefs send the house after Hurts. Airing it towards the right side. Hold in! and make his way towards the end zone. Is he down? No! Touchdown! Jahan Dotson! Got open at the right side as the Eagles wanted to make the most of the Chiefs staying the house. There are downsides to blitzing here, and it showed there for Steve Spagnuolo. While you want to add more heat, or I believe the knee was down from Dotson, 1 yard shy. I think they're going to overturn this, but they are in a situation where they can push their way through a touchdown. They're going to take another look at this. Stepping away. So they took a while to review this, and I don't know what the holdup was about. The knee was down at the 1.5 yard line, so this touchdown is reversed. I was wondering this question too, and now they're going to line up on their signature play, the tush push. The Chiefs stopped 2 of 5 against the Bills 2 weeks ago in the AFC Championship game. How will this first one hold up? Here it comes, and it's a touchdown. That is their bread and butter. And from 1 yard out, of course, you knew it was a matter of when, not if. And Dallas Goedert does a little tribute to Rob Gronkowski in spiking that ball Gronk style. Oh, of course, Rob Gronkowski is a Super Bowl analyst on the NFL Fox. And while the Chiefs, they did stop 2 of 5, it was the extra push and the strength of the Eagles that made that all the way through. And the extra point for Jake Elliott, that'll be placed all the way back at the Super Bowl 59 logo. Ball be snapped from the 15, it'll be placed at the 23. It is up. You bet. And the Eagles on the board first. 6:15 to play here in this first quarter. So you take a look at around the scenes here at Caesars Superdome. Jalen Hurts reviewing the film about what needs to be adjusted. Every time Mahomes and company have won a Super Bowl, they have came back from down 10 points in that Super Bowl. Did so in 54, 57, and 58. They've won those games 31-20, 38-35, and 25-22 in overtime. You got 2 tush pushes in the Super Bowl for touchdowns from the Eagles 2 years ago. Jalen Hurts had a rushing touchdown of his own in that Super Bowl. Chris Jones, and to get himself all fixed up. Getting ready for the Chiefs' next defensive possession for Jones as Jake Elliott is going to kick off to the Chiefs now. These 2 teams that Nick Foles used to play for, by the way. And Foles wore the jersey number 4 with Kansas City. It was at a time when Alex Smith was injured. And Nico Remigio is getting set, potentially return it. He will. 2 yards deeper in his own end zone, past the 20-yard line, out to the 30, cuts it to the right side, wrapped up at the 33. Kenneth Gainwell would not let him get away. No chance for a potential Warren 2-yard return. So this Chiefs dynasty, ever since Mahomes was named the starter, 107 regular season wins, most in a 7-season span. 17 postseason wins, most in a 7-season span, all time. And 5 Super Bowl appearances with 3 titles. A run of pure dominance. They made the AFC Championship game every year. Motioning left is Xavier Worthy. It's a play fake for Hunt, who is in his first Super Bowl appearance. Mahomes waits, now dumps it down. This is going to get about 5 yards here on the catch and run, as it was hauled in by Smith-Schuster. To add 5 more yards, 2 catches, 15 yards for Juju. The play started at the 33, now they're at the 38. So he's trying to look for the big play. He was looking for Kelsey, but there was no room to pass to Kelsey as he was double covered. So instead, he went to his other safety valve, Smith-Schuster. Primarily lines up at the slot. Worthy motions left. This will be a run for Kareem Hunt up the middle. Trying to get some more ground, but there are 3 guys all over him. Jordan Davis and Josh Sweat included in that mashup. It'll then be 3rd and 3. As there's 5:05 to go here in this opening quarter. The Chiefs, they've been trailing in each Super Bowl. 3 times they found a way back. The Eagles trying to exact a measure of revenge. The Chiefs trying to win their 3rd straight championship. Worthy is in motion around. Empty set. 4-man rush. Mahomes gets away from the pressure. Has to get it off in a hurry. Incomplete. He was wrapped up from behind as he was trying to throw to Hollywood Brown, the cousin of Antonio Brown. And that'll be a quick freeing out here on the Chiefs. Wrapped up from behind as he got away from the pressure from Nolan Smith. He jumped up front. And as he was pressured from behind, he got it up at the last moment. 2 drives, 2 punts for Matt Ariza. League-leading defense, the Eagles, up against Steve Spagnuolo's defense. One of the most clutch defenses in the postseason. Back deep is DeJean. This will take a bounce towards the end zone for a touchback. 4:36 to go in this opening stanza. Already, the Chiefs playing from behind like they've done in every Super Bowl. They found a way 3 times. Will it happen again? We'll return. New Orleans, home of the French Quarter, home of jazz and all things related to it. One of the nicest cities in the United States. And right now they are hosting the Super Bowl. The halftime show headlined by Kendrick Lamar with SZA as a special guest. Eagles this time need 80 yards. They've been the better team so far in the opening quarter. Jalen Hurts motions towards the right side. Chased by Karlaftis. Gets this down. Oh, it's hold it. Or was it dropped before he made the catch? Yes, it was. They have ruled it as such. And so it will be second down. Johnny Wilson, the intended man at the right side. A rookie from Florida State. One of two rookies to be drafted from Florida State University. The other being Keon Coleman among the wide receiver crew. It was Wilson who had it in and out of his hands at that right side on the out route. It is Saquon. Boy, the Chiefs are having their way with him early. Justin Reed brought him down after 2 yards. And Chris Jones, he was checked up at the sideline feeling a stiffness on his neck before he checked back into the game. 3rd and 8. We believe that this could be a play action pass looming. See how Kellen Moore calls this one out in his potential final game with the Eagles as their offensive coordinator. 3 receivers lined up at the right side. Shotgun set and motioning left is Devontae Smith onto the swat. It'll be Hurts throwing. Area to the left side, caught, and then reaching for the first down. He gets it. Devontae Smith, right on cue. And the Eagles move the chains. 9 yards for Smith. He was working on Trent McDuffie, the primary one-on-one matchup between the two of them. And Jones, he got decked up right on the neck as he was going right by Mekhi Becton. Usually not a comfortable spot going one-on-one as Hurts does the play fake. Swinging it to the left side for Dotson. He thought he had a touchdown. He has a first down here. 15 yards as he kept going. Thought he had a touchdown earlier, but that was taken away as his knee was down at the 1 yard line. The Eagles are not messing around early here in this first quarter. See how the Chiefs roll on throughout the next sequences of play. 6 of 7 for 75 yards is Hurts. And it may be an outlandish question to ask, but Hurts did outplay Mahomes before. QB draw towards the right side. Gotta take this himself. 9 yards before being stopped by Cook. How efficient is he? With his legs or with his arm? And he's playing his best football so far in the postseason these last 2 games. This one and the NFC Championship game. A wide open hole to move through at that right side, set up by Becton and Johnson. Shotgun run up through the middle for Barkley. Easy first down for him as he takes this to the 40. Time winding down here in the opening quarter. If Barkley gets a well-earned rest, they're going to put Kenneth Gainwell in the game. And the big question was how this offensive line will hold up given that Cam Jurgens did not start in the NFC Championship game. And Landon Dickerson started at center. This is Gainwell through the middle. Gainwell, limited room to run as he got 3 yards. He had most of the rushing yards for the Eagles against the Chiefs 2 years ago. On average, the Eagles are 6'6", 338 pounds, height and weight on average between Mailata, Dickerson, Jurgens, Becton, and Johnson. Johnson's been here for the Super Bowl 52 victory. What do you know? Basically had Jason Kelsey, Brandon Brooks. Left side usually comprised of left tackle Jason Peters, but he was injured for that game. Another run. And this time it's 2 yards for Gainwell as Tershawn Wharton wrapped him up. See how the Chiefs shut down the Eagles here on 3rd down. The offensive line holding up nicely for Jalen Hurts. They're going no huddle here. Trying to catch the Chiefs off guard and tire them out. That's a strategy that Tom Brady's Patriots use. 3rd and 4 here, which looks more like a 3rd and 5. There's a motion left, and the Chiefs send the house after Hurts. There's a flag down, and they bunch him up. We'll have to check the penalty, though. And this might not stand. Charles Omenihu, who was injured in last year's Super Bowl with a torn ACL and did not play. He's lined up offside. His hand is on the neutral zone. So that's what the ruling was. It's a free first down for the Eagles as Omenihu was lined up offside, the former Houston Texan, the former San Francisco 49er. Omenihu played a huge part on the Chiefs' defense as this will likely be the last play of this first quarter. Eagles at the 30, Dotson in motion. Shotgun set. It'll be Hurts taking himself towards the left side. Hurts does not have any space and is eaten up alive by Shamari Connor. Forced back 3 yards or 4 yards on the read option. As we head on to the second quarter, the Eagles lead 7-0. The only score on the tush push. I am Alec Nava. We'll be right back. Celebrities chatting with each other over at the press box. Tom Brady is commentating at the NFL on Fox booth with Kevin Burkhardt, who also including Aaron Andrews and Tom Rinaldi as sideline reporters. Mike Pereira is a rules analyst. FIFA President Gianni Infantino is in attendance here tonight. The 2026 World Cup being next year with 16 venues. Hurts on 2nd and 14. Clean pocket. Now being forced towards his right side. Open man is Barkley. He's going to activate now. And waiting for him was Nick Bolton. Waiting like a hungry predator at that right side. Like a shark or a tiger. Gets back the yards lost. So it'll be 3rd and 10. And Hurts and company are going with the same hurry-up, up-tempo form to try to catch the Chiefs off guard. Eagles are 1 for 2 on 3rd and long situations so far. 3 receivers at the left side and 1 receiver towards the right side. And that left side includes tight end Goddard. Chiefs send a quarter blitz. Hurts airs it towards the end zone. Intercepted! Brian Cook jumped a route right over A.J. Brown. And the Chiefs defense takes one away. The Eagles want to expand their lead to a 2-touchdown lead. Instead, they come up empty-handed 45 seconds in. Chiefs ball when we return. Cook picked off Hurts at the 2-yard line. The third-year safety from the University of Cincinnati has found a home here at Kansas City and comes up with the first takeaway of this game. The danger zone here for the Chiefs is that they're starting from their own 2-yard line, backed up their end zone. Oh, Noah Gray got hit, sticked, put on an absolute plaster by Quinyon Mitchell. They knew that something was sizzling at Kansas City, and that's the smell of barbecue. A little miscommunication between Hurts and Brown, as Hurts was anticipating on a deep comeback route, and a deep comeback route. Brown thought he was going on a go route at that right side. Eagles send 3 men on the rush here after Mahomes, who dumped this off short for Hunt, shy of the 10-yard line. And so the Chiefs will face 3rd and 3 as they started from their own 2, where Cook made his interception. A bad pass from Hurts and a miscommunication between them. Warren 19-26, the total yards in favor of Philly. And here is an empty set. 5 wide on the play, 2 left and 3 right. And motioning towards the left side is Samaje Perine back onto the shotgun set. To the right of Mahomes. Eagles send 4. Mahomes, quick throw, incomplete to Kelsey. He was looking towards, and so he still does not have a catch. that looked to be off of his hands. And Travis Kelce turned it on in the second half of last year's Super Bowl. Mahomes thought he connected with his trusty tight end, but it went off of his hands as Kelce was trying to make the underneath catch low. It didn't hit. Still with 7-0 Eagles here, as Matt Ariza is looking to kick this one off to Cooper DeJean. This is a line drive kick towards the left side, and DeJean to take this up to the middle. To get back to midfield, he's getting swarmed. Forced back to the 43. Not exactly midfield, but good starting field position for the Eagles. Kelce can't believe he didn't catch that on the right side on the stick route. 12:37 to go in the second quarter. Back in a bit. There's a general sense of a feeling that this first half is feeling like Super Bowl 55. The Chiefs getting dominated offensively. Vic Fangio is not giving Mahomes anything. Fangio, by the way, is 0-8 against Mahomes previously in his career, coordinator or head coach. But it will be a really good moment for him to win his first game against Mahomes in the grandest stage. But this time, the Eagles get crowded on a running play to Saquon up for the middle. The Chiefs say no. Jalen Hurts and company reviewing film over at the sideline is Jordan Mailata and Cam Jurgens. And together in the midst, Jurgens taking over center duties for the now retired Jason Kelce beginning this season. And Mekhi Becton being knocked out. Tyler Steen fills in his place at right guard. Brett Toth elevated as an extra offensive lineman. He plays tackle. Motion left is Dotson. That'll get Jalen Watson going one-on-one coverage. Hurts under duress. Chase to the right side. Gonna use his legs. Hurts is being forced out. Well shy of midfield, but his legs are being utilized to his advantage. 4 yards on this run as Becton is getting checked over the Eagles sideline. The former New York Jet, highly talented prospect coming out of college, switching over to playing guard. Formerly a tackle out of Louisville. Now playing guard. Since 3rd and 7. The Eagles being 1 for 3 on 3rd and long. 9.7 yards to go on average. 1 of 3 on 3rd down so far in this game. Chiefs send 4. Hurts. Lows one towards the right side. Hold in. Caught by A.J. Brown, the right sideline for the first down and then some. And a big gain, 22. With Trent McDuffie in coverage, of course, size advantage is one thing. If Brown's physicality and his stature paying the dividends as he shows his advantages over the smaller McDuffie, it's more fit to go up against guys like Devontae Smith. Saquon being held in check. And it's a gain of 2. So far, the Eagles are in the lead despite not having a lot coming from Saquon. He has 10 carries for just 20 yards. The one-on-one matchup between Brown and McDuffie has the advantage towards Brown. This is where you would usually have someone like Ojarius Sneed come up huge here for the Chiefs. He's now with the Tennessee Titans. Chiefs stack the box on the defensive lineman front. Swing pass to the left for Saquon. He's having himself a quiet night. He gets 3, maybe 4. It all depends on the spot. Could be 3rd and 4. Want to check it out. They'll say 3 yards, 3rd and 5. The Eagles get their second 3rd down conversion of the game on this drive. And Steen still in here in the place of Becton. We wonder if Andy Reid is going to make some adjustments on this next drive. Hurts 90-11, 1 of 4 yards. He has that interception only bugging him. That's the only thing is a downside towards him. Empty set for Hurts. 2 receivers to the left. Man in motion as Saquon. Hurts to take it himself. Jalen Hurts. Not even close. 3 yards shy. He was stopped. And Justin Reed is going to force a field goal from Jake Elliott. Unless if the Eagles go bold here. And it looked like a hip drop tackle. The NFL's banned that, but very rarely have they enforced that. The Eagles are looking to go for it unless they want to catch the Chiefs offside. Less than 9 minutes to go here. They're not going tush push. The Chiefs are stacking the box to anticipate if this is going to be a running play. Chiefs are staying disciplined. Justin Reed did not go. Hurts, seeing that this is not going anywhere, is going to instead call timeout as they want to go over this next play. So this is the first timeout of 3 that they're using here. New Orleans, the site of this game, home to Jazz, and it's of course, its cultural impact remains significant all throughout culture and contemporary life. Many visitor attractions, from the war-renowned French Quarter, St. Charles Avenue, to Magazine Street, the boutique stores, and antiques shops. One of the top 10 most visited cities in the United States. 10.1 million visitors came to New Orleans in 2004. This will instead be a field goal try for Elliott. He is 6 of 7 in the postseason so far. Longest kick has been 44 yards. This is 43 from the left hash. Snap, spot, kick on the way, and we have a timeout. The Chiefs or actually there was a flag down here right before the snap was made. Elliott's kick is going to count as a practice kick. It was good. Was there a false start or was it a snap infraction or a neutral zone infraction? That looked rather questionable, but it looked like there was movement early. Nobody jumped the line of scrimmage. They have ruled it on the Eagles. We'll see who moved early. From the overhead. Oh, it looked to be one of the Chiefs that was moving early. That did not look like a false start at all. Now this field goal is going to be from 48 yards from the left hash for Elliott. Snap, spot, kick, and it is good. It was sailing towards the right a little, but squeaked inside the right upright. Eagles go up by 10. The Chiefs had trailed by 10 in each and every one of their Super Bowls. Will there be another comeback? Find out soon. Eagles lead by 10. And they've been in this familiar spot before. The Eagles trying to finish this fight and win this Super Bowl for good this time, which will give them their second Super Bowl in franchise history. However, the Chiefs, each and every one of their Super Bowl victories in the Mahomes era came with them trailed by 10 points. They did that 3 times already. Probably a fourth could be on the horizon. If they do so, there might be the feeling in Kansas City that the Chiefs have the Eagles right where they want them. Who knows, at the very least, because there was only one time where it didn't happen on Super Bowl comeback. 55 at Tampa Bay. Nico Remigio will not return this. He takes a knee at his own end zone, starting for the 35. Are the Chiefs. See how they can answer back. So far, last season, the Eagles have one of the worst defenses in the league, 30th in scoring defense. They added Vic Fangio, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean to the defense. They've improved to the second best scoring defense, top-ranked pass defense, and top-ranked total defense in the NFL. There are many reasons for that with Fangio's schemes. Mahomes on a play fake, already under duress, and he is brought down. The Fangio special. Don't send out the blitz. Instead, bring the pressure right to him. Direct on a 4-man rush. And that is Josh Sweat who delivers here. He changed jersey numbers from 94 to 19. That didn't impact his efficiency level or level of impact that he brings to Philadelphia. Sweat brings Mahomes down for a loss of 4. So far, the general consensus that this looks like a repeat of Super Bowl 55 early. 2 deep safeties being the way to stop Mahomes. Collapsing pocket again, and 2 straight sacks. For Philadelphia, this time, Jalix Hunt brings him down from the other side. The 2 edge rushers combining for 2 straight sacks. Sweat was there as well. Mahomes tried to get away from the pressure, but it was too much room from both sides. As Tooney and Taylor could not hold up on the opposite tackle spots. That sets up a long situation, 3rd and 16. Once again, it's a 4-man rush for the Eagles. Mahomes rush out to the right side. Deep shot. Picked off. For the middle, Cooper to Gene. Towards the right side. The 10. Towards the 5. Touchdown. See you later. Unfinished business on the minds of the Eagles. Cooper to G being one of the new faces to Philadelphia. Someone that Mahomes has not faced. Of course, the defense is much improved from 2022. And so far, Mahomes seeing what it feels like to be on the other side. And DeGene, who cuts around, gets right by for the last line of defense. Mike Caliendo tried to bring him down, and DeGene went untouched all the way through. Extra point. It is good. And DeGene, all the way up top. The first white starting quarter in the NFL in a long time. 17-0 is the lead for Philadelphia. 7:03 to go. We'll be back. Could anyone see this coming? It is 17-0 Eagles right now. So this is something that nobody has expected. The game is far from over. The Chiefs will have another chance. Down by 17. The largest comeback is 25. Never say it's over until the fat lady sings. And the Chiefs will not return this. So now what do they do? What do they adjust here in this next drive after that pick six? Kelsey had a drop. It was 2 straight sacks to open the last drive. Here is a loss of 2. If Moro Ojomo leading the way up the middle, it forced that blow up. Brandon Graham there rejuvenated. We don't know if he's playing his last game as an Eagle anytime between now or in the future. But if the Eagles hold on to this, then he could be going out on top of 2nd and 12, backed up to their 28. Pacheco through the middle. Gets 3 yards that time around. So 3rd and 9, as the Chiefs are getting limited on throughout their games, the Eagles are shutting them down both on their end, an area in which they usually thrive. Offense. Samaji Perine getting back onto the right of Mahomes. Trips right, 1 left. Rushing 4 are the Eagles. Mahomes getting clobbered. Can't get away. There was nothing. One more time, it's Milton Williams. And Williams gets their shoestringing Mahomes. The Eagles want to prevent the three-peat. Of course, revenge. He was chased left and right, and there was nowhere for him to run. The Eagles putting all sorts of pressure onto him with just 4 rushers. 5:10 to go here in the second quarter. The Chiefs, the largest deficit that they faced so far on the season. A pick 6 in the Super Bowl. And now Cooper DeJean is the second rookie with a pick 6 in the Super Bowl as this gets booted by Ariza. Almost was some contact. Right on DeJean who had that pick 6, and the Eagles getting back out onto the offense. Now what I was thinking.
I gotta be honest, Alec. We all know 28-3 happened, but that's not happening this game. I don't see a scenario where the Chiefs come back from this. I don't.
I'm not holding my breath until the 000s hit. Not holding. It's going to be improbable, though. Seeing that this Chiefs team, I don't know if they're truly built to come back from significant deficits.
I don't think they are, man. Truthfully, that's not how we won the games this, I mean, I gotta be real with you. I don't know what they do.
Oh, I guess they want to some people say witchcraft. Well, I just want to put it in a nicer alternative about any witchcraft stuff. Well, they went to Hogwarts, or if you want the American version of the wizarding schools, Ilvermorny, if you speak of the wizarding world. Well, then again, Mahomes, again, as I say, and I speak highly of Mahomes and his reputation. He is a wizard of our times, a dynamo. I'm not sure if the Chiefs can really come back from this.
I don't think they can. And I'm a Chiefs fan saying that. I gotta be honest, Alex. I'll talk to you after the game, but but I'm gonna be honest, I probably won't be in the chatting mood.
Oh, well, at least got those the repeats. You still have the dynasty still intact, and it's hard to pull this off. No team has ever done this before, and I know it's hard to win a Super Bowl. It's even harder to repeat, but this is a near impossible task. It may be coming, it may be due.
Yeah. This is gonna be one of those games, man. Just, it is what it is. Alright, well, I'll talk to you after the game.
Alright. I'll be there to comfort you if this ends up with the way we're thinking.
Yeah. Alright, man. Alright.
Alright. On to this game. The Eagles back on the way offensively. Here goes Saquon. 8 yards to run. That's one of his longest he had on the night. He didn't get involved in the offense a lot. His longest run is 9 yards. They'll mark it as 9 yards. That's his longest run tonight, which feels strange to say. 17-0. The Eagles trying to hold on to this lead. The first time they played here at the Superdome was a loss. Hurts QB draw. He struggled to find room. Does he get the first down is the question. He does. I know Philadelphians are overjoyed. So now 162 to 14, the total yards. That's total net yards, by the way, as we here speaking of them. And the Eagles are dominating the Chiefs on time of possession. This is unraveling quicker in front of our very eyes. And a flag down here, free to go in the first half. It's maybe coming back on Saquon's run. Ron Torbert says holding on Landon Dickerson. So yeah, Dickerson did get Tershawn Wharton up high. Of course, tugged him by the jersey that negated Saquon's run. It was a minimal gain, but then again, it's 1st and 20. Health update, Mekhi Becton has since returned to this game. Shotgun set, Grant Calcaterra motioning left and right. Chiefs sending 4 after Hurts. Clean pocket still. And he finally gets brought down. It is Wharton who gets up to him. One of the Chiefs defenders that's been there for most of the Super Bowls. He's been there in Super Bowls 55, 57, and 58. That's 3 of the 4 previous. The only one he hasn't been for is Super Bowl 54. Kellen Moore isn't doing a lot. He's trying to make his case for being the Saints head coach. 2nd and 26. As Hurts held onto the ball for a little too long. Coach taking some sacks. That's one of the concerns about Hurts. He'll dump this one off. Oh, that sailed right by the hands of Saquon. And another flag flies in. It's back at the Eagles' end of the Super Bowl logo. And it's a first down for the Eagles. Unnecessary roughness from Nick Bolton at Steve Spagnuolo. He did slam into Saquon right after the play. .225 to go here in this first half as Bolton shaking his head. You wonder if the Eagles are trying to get to field goal range as the Chiefs are getting shot out here. On the first play after the penalty, it is Gainwell who has swarmed. Gets away from 2 guys, but not Bolton as he makes it back to the line of scrimmage. This is likely going to be the last play before the 2-minute warning. He gets it back. It's no gain that time around. And right afterwards, we have a whistle here. Did the Chiefs call timeout right before the 2-minute warning? Yes, they did. They'll use it to try to get adjusted back on defense. The Jalen Hurts and company, so far, they are a machine. It was a defense that had the pick six. This defense is shutting down Mahomes all throughout, like what Todd Bowles' defense since Super Bowl 55 did. And Tom Brady and company did the rest. Even though Brady won Super Bowl MVP, that was a complete team game. The Chiefs are limited to just 1 first down. The Eagles have 12. And it's outstanding hearing the Chiefs have as many first downs as A.J. Brown has catches. 1. 34-16, the number of plays ran. Of course, that's favoring the Eagles given the current scoreline. Devontae Smith motioning right. Chiefs blitz. Hurts hurried up as he threw it. Got it up on time for Dallas Goedert. The timeout was called at 2:15 to go. That's why they reset the clock to that clock moment. And so this will likely be the last play before the 2-minute warning as Chris Jones tried to disrupt Hurts. However, Hurts got it up well before he was hit. And this will be the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes away from the halftime show performed by Kendrick Lamar and SZA. We'll be right back. I'm Alec Nava. Is a complete 180 in this game compared to Super Bowl 57. And it isn't really because of Saquon Barkley. This is because of the defense of the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. As it stands right now, Cooper DeJean could be Super Bowl MVP. Jalen Hurts may also make a case. 3rd and 3 for Philadelphia as the Chiefs blitz. Hurts gets it out towards the left side, well underthrown. Not even close to A.J. Brown, as it was closer towards his nearest defender. Hurts was hurried up on the throw. Spagnuolo dialed up one of those exotic blitzes that he does. And even though Philadelphia leads by 17, the game is far from over. Never count out a Chiefs team that has known success all throughout their recent history. Never count them out until the clock reads 0, 0, 0, and they've been firmly placed onto the ground on their tombstone, the grave covered in dirt. 1:56 to go as Braden Mann, the former New York Jet, is going to punt this to Nico Remigio. Shifty return specialist for the Chiefs, and we have timeout. Or are they trying to draw the Chiefs offside? The flag is down. Well, it turns out there was no penalty because the play had not been blown ready. From what it seems, I believe. So it will be a do-over, 4th and 3. There is no penalty because the play was not blown ready. Mann sends this one through. Remigio is going to take a look at this. It'll bounce out just shy at the 5-yard line. Out of bounds at the 6. So everything has gone according to plan for Nick Sirianni and company. And Sirianni's maturity has shown throughout this season. From start to finish as he Sirianni's maturity has shown throughout the season. Ever since he personifies the spirit of Philadelphia as a coach. Bleeds Philadelphia, knows Philadelphia. Excitable, emotional, and is not willing to back down when trash talking. Mahomes in his own end zone through the middle. Oh, it's intercepted again! Defensive Player of the Year finalist Zach Bond over the middle to cut off the in route. Just the second interception that Mahomes has thrown, but it feels like there should have been more as he was going towards Hollywood Brown, and Bond was over at the middle. Waiting for it at the entire way. He got a bump at the left side from Josh Sweat and adjusted the throwing angle by a bit. Bond cut in front, and its impact undeniable. Mahomes frustrated with himself. So the Wizard, not looking like the Wizard that he is over in past years. The Eagles have been rattling him throughout this game. 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. However, this might not be this year if this holds up. Empty set for Philly. Hurts up through the middle. Ran into a wall. That was Charles Omenihu. And Kansas City uses up their second timeout. Sweat put the pressure on Joe Toney, who normally plays left guard. Gets bullied at that left tackle side by Sweat. The interior strength from Sweat being getting the advantage over Toney. Want to hold his ground. Mahomes gets the bump. And Hollywood Brown, who was the intended man on that play, caught off by Bond. Second and 8 right after the timeout. $17-0 as it stands on the scoreline. And while the Chiefs, they have been bullied here, we'll see if there's something here. Wide open man at the left side. A.J. Brown, touchdown! Hurts to Brown. The connection has been automatic over and over again in the NFC Championship game. They find pay dirt. The second time in 3 years that they found each other in the Super Bowl 2 years ago in Phoenix. This year at New Orleans. Wide open on a cross route towards the inside and beats out Nick Bolton. And while the Telemundo fan is saying that this could be something out of Rocky, this is an Eagles team that was assembled all throughout the down-up. Kick is good. 1:35 to go in the half. And the Chiefs seeing themselves down by 24. This Eagles defense swarming all over Mahomes throughout this game, especially this first half, on the way to a 24-0 lead. The Chiefs seeing everything going wrong. Some things say, in terms of laws, what can go wrong will go wrong. Mahomes getting pressure all throughout the game. There's basically nothing available to him as the Eagles are making him flustered, forcing him to rush on his throws, playing him exactly how they want to play him. 5-11 for 24 yards and 2 interceptions. He gets away from one, pop fakes as he runs for his life, and gets 9 yards out of it. Flag is down, so maybe this is going to be negated here. Trey Smith getting called for the hold. Of course, there is a hand on Jalen Carter at their right side that negates the run that Mahomes had. $24-0. Of course, the lead here, the Eagles. 2 unblocked rushers, and Mahomes had to get rid of it quickly. Samaje Perine being the closest man. And another flag is down. It looked to be for the ineligible downfield pass on Creed Humphrey. So the penalty is declined. Yeah, actually, the previous penalty was delay of game that was declined. No play there. So it's 2nd and 20 as the Chiefs still have no answer for the Eagles. Samaje Perine goes all the way to the left side. More pressure. This time it's caught. And going down and under is Hollywood Brown. 1:15 to go. The Chiefs have to rush. They have one timeout. They are taking up a lot of time right here on this huddle as less than 1 minute to go. 3rd and 11. And the Chiefs do not have a single third down conversion. 0 for 5. The Eagles have stopped them on each and every third down. Situational football is what's important. The Eagles have every advantage as such. It is Mahomes on 3rd and 11. Pocket collapsing. Forced it towards the right side. Oh no! DeAndre Hopkins had it on a silver platter. Could not hang onto that. The drop lows coming back at the worst possible time. And it's another punt. And the Chiefs shaking their heads right after that drop from DeAndre Hopkins, knowing he had that and not anymore. That had to sting, knowing they're down 24. This punt is out from Matt Ariza. Cooper DeJean is going to run this back. He's clobbered right around the 37-yard line. 23 seconds to go, right before we reach halftime. Jalen Hurts, could he run this all the way down to halftime? I would believe they don't need to run another play. Lawrence 77 total yards for the Eagles. The amount of total yards the Chiefs have is almost as much rushing yards Saquon Barkley has. 23. It's got a sting for D-Hop. First Super Bowl appearance, and it's dropped on this first target towards him. They're not running a kneel down here with 25 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. And even though the Eagles received the ball to start the game, they'll kick it to the Chiefs to start the second. Shifting around is Saquon. 20 seconds to go. Maybe that's it. And I would believe it will be. Both teams are staying around for a little bit. Question is, how many players are going to head on over to stay out there for the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, just like what Evan McPherson did 2 years ago? We're at halftime. Philadelphia is up 24-0. So the halftime show from Kendrick Lamar is up next. expected this. It's looking like a repeat of Super Bowl 55 out there in this game. 24-0, and the Chiefs have had no response whatsoever. If the Eagles' defense has made Patrick Mahomes look mortal. Just one first down for the Chiefs, 23 total yards. And the Chiefs have almost as many total yards as Saquon Barkley has rushing yards. Unbelievable. 31 rushing yards in total, or rather, as many total yards as Jalen Hurts has rushing yards. The Eagles have 179 total yards in comparison on 13 first downs. Mahomes in this game, 6 of 14 for 33 yards, 2 interceptions, 1 return for a touchdown. Kareem Hunt, 1 carry for 2 yards. Isaiah Pacheco, 2 carries, 1 yard. 3 rushing yards for the Chiefs in total as a team. Juju Smith-Schuster is the team's leading receiver, 2 catches, 16 yards. And the defense being left out there for long stretches, exhausting them. Drew Tranquil, 7 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss. Brian Cook with the only interception for the Chiefs. 39 total plays for the Eagles, 20 for the Chiefs. Each team had 7 drives. And for the Eagles, 11 of 15 for 123 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception. Saquon, 12 carries, 31 yards. Jalen Hurts, 8 carries, 25 yards, and a touchdown. The touchdown catch from A.J. Brown, 2 catches, 34 yards. Jahan Dotson, 2 catches, 42 yards. Dallas Goedert, 2 catches, 27 yards. On through the way. And as a team, the Eagles have 62 rushing yards. 31 from Barkley, 25 from Hurts. In terms of interceptions, Cooper DeJean has the pick 6. Zach Bond has an interception of his own. Josh Sweat with 4 tackles, 1.5 sacks. 3 team sacks in total. 1 for Milton Williams. Half a sack from J-Lix Hunt. So, with that in mind, we'll go over to what is now in the news for the upcoming Four Nations Face-Off. Wednesday, John Ott and I will be casting the first Four Nations Face-Off game. So the recent news is that Quinn Hughes has been confirmed to be out for the entirety of the Four Nations Face-Off. He will be replaced by Jake Sanderson. So that is the recent news. So Philadelphia playing complete team football. So Hughes has missed 4 straight games for the Canucks. He's been out since January 31st. Speculated to be a lower body injury. Acting on the advice of team medical staff. That General Manager Patrick Allvin said he knows his body and what he can do or not do. So I trust him a lot. We're supporting him. It's possible that Hughes would have been available to the Canucks this week. If there were a break for the Four Nations face-off, it's a tough question to answer. The disappointing loss for the Americans in his 14 round robin tournament. He won the Norris Trophy as the NHL's top defenseman last season. Been the team's MVP this year. 59 points in 47 games. He's part of the generation of young stars getting a chance to represent the Americans. Generation that includes the second of his 3 brothers, Jack Hughes. Sanderson is in his 3rd year in the NHL. 35 points in 55 games for the Senators. An alum of the University of North Dakota, selected 5th overall in the 2020 NHL Draft. His core includes Adam Fox, Charlie McAvoy, Zach Werenski, Jacob Slavin, and Noah Hannafin. Not too shabby on the replacement for Sanderson, choosing him. And it's a good replacement to have in this defensive core. USA begins their play on Wednesday up against Finland. So, and Sidney Crosby, who was banged up and hurt, he is hoping to play for Canada in the Four Nations face-off. He missed the Penguins' last 2 games before the break with a left arm injury. He is desperate to play in the tournament. He has not competed for Canada since 2017 in the World Championships. The Penguins will leave the decision up to Crosby whether or not he participates. He'll take as much time as he can to decide if he is ready, per ESPN. They have to submit their finalized rosters by Monday. Crosby's travel to Montreal was first reported by TSN. Skating for 3 consecutive days before traveling to Montreal, trying to ramp himself back up while testing out the injury. He was injured against the New Jersey Devils when he got tangled up by 2 New Jersey players, caused him to leave the bench, but he came back and finished the game. The injury affects the same left arm where he previously dealt with wrist issues, including where he went in through wrist surgery in 2021. Team Canada told Mark Scheifele that he will be on standby if Crosby can't go. Crosby intends to skate, and there's a chance his availability for the tournament will be on a game-by-game basis. Canada opens on Tuesday against Sweden. USA plays Canada on Saturday, a matchup that is expected to draw a raucous crowd at the Bell Center. Representing Canada is one of Crosby's biggest passions, and the tournament will allow him to team up with Nathan McKinnon, his best friends in the offseason, as well as their Nova Scotia partner, Brad Marchand. Being set here for the halftime show here at New Orleans, Kendrick Lamar. Here we go. Lights are on all over the Superdome. All in the colors of each spectrum of the spectrum. Getting on standby here. And here we are. So here we are in the halftime show. It looks like somewhat of a tic-tac-toe board for what it's lined up. Here we are. And Kendrick Lamar standing up on top of a vintage vehicle. As we know, he gets the news on the stats. Travis Kelce, no catches in the first half of a postseason game for the first time in his career, and out of that car, and several of the Super Bowl dancers right on top of the stairs. And here we go. Of course, as he says it, the revolution is about to be televised. You picked the wrong guy. Some of the music coming from his new album, GNX. Celebrations on here right now. We only have to wonder about what are the music choices being played here throughout tonight. They covered 2 previous halftime shows, one at Super Bowl, one in a Grey Cup game. Last year was Usher as the headliner of the Super Bowl halftime show in Super Bowl 58. The French Quarter in New Orleans, colonial-era city, bounded by the Mississippi River, Rampart Street, Canal Street, Esplanade Avenue, containing popular hotels, bars, and nightclubs. Bourbon Street, one of those main attractions. Jackson Square, the St. Louis Cathedral, the French Market, and the Café du Monde, famous for café au lait and beignets, and Preservation Hall. Also the Old New Orleans Mint, former branch of the United States Mint, now operating as a museum, and the Historic New Orleans Collection. The museum and research center housing art and artifacts relating to the history and the Gulf South. It's Kendrick Lamar performing Humble right here at the Superdome. Close to the French Quarter, the Trent community contained the New Orleans Jazz National Historic Park, the New Orleans African American Museum, site which is listed on the Louisiana African American Heritage Trail to get in here for halftime. Oh, Kendrick.
No, Alec. Normally I'd say it's not over yet. And never a doubt. But I got some right now. And as of right now, you might be one of the few people outside of the Chiefs fandom that's not actively celebrating our downfall.
Oh. I know a lot of fans will. That's how broken this NFL fan base has become as a whole. But even so, this Chiefs team, we can't count them out until the final minute. However, this Chiefs team doesn't do a lot of comebacks throughout this season.
Yeah, there have been a couple. But truthfully, I will say, look, I'm a Chiefs fan, so this is kind of ironic, but yeah, but man, the referees, some of these calls, I mean, come on, man. That hit on Saquon by Bolton, since when is that a personal foul?
I mean, officials, let's get this, we're not going to get it twisted here. Of course, for as many people say about ref ball favoring in Chiefs, the truth is, ref ball plays no favorites.
True.
Of course, as I'm tracking the song listing that Kendrick did in the Super Bowl, I know that he did Humble, then DNA, and then Euphoria. This one, yeah, Kendrick so far is locked in right now. And he did say before the halftime show, he has something special for Drake.
Oh, boy.
And SZA as a special guest. Oh, here we go. Kendrick did perform 3 years ago in the Super Bowl with Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, and Snoop Dogg. Special guests including 50 Cent and Anderson .Paak. Oh. Well, as I did announce earlier in this halftime show, Ian, Quinn Hughes is ruled out for the Four Nations face-off. The replacement is Jake Sanderson.
Not bad.
Yep, not too shabby. Yeah, and while it stings losing Hughes, given that he has a Norris Trophy to his pedigree, Sanderson is no slouch himself. Dual defenseman on both sides of the ice. Now, Canada's named a replacement for Alex Pietrangelo last, Drew Doughty. Thought it was going to be Mackenzie Weegar at first, but they went to someone who has recently come off of injury and has a championship pedigree. 2 Stanley Cups with the Kings, with Doughty.
Yeah, that's, man, those teams so long ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does bring championship experience as well, along with his veteran pedigree of being a leader offensively as a power play quarterback, and can also still be solid on his own end some bits as well. Ideally, I would have went with Weegar, as he can be all over the ice on both ends, offensively, defensively, and can play on both special teams and on both defensive sides, whether it be on the right side or the left side. That would have been the ideal choice, personally, for me. But Doughty, I don't disagree with that decision. Now, here's the interesting part, Ian. Sidney Crosby intends to play through injury for Canada. He's testing it out right now, and he's going to decide for himself if he can go. If he can't go, Canada has told Mark Scheifele to be on standby for the Four Nations face-off.
It should be interesting. I'll try and join you guys for some broadcast when I can. Gotta be honest, after this, it may take me a couple days, unless something positive happens, but I'm not counting on it. People are posting 28-3 pictures right now. That was an entirely different, sequence. I just don't see the Chiefs pulling it off. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see it happening. Right now, I'm kind of melancholy about it.
Oh.
But I will join you and John when I can for the Four Nations.
Starting Wednesday. It's the Canada and Sweden Wednesday. Then USA Finland Thursday, the first two games. Yep. And SZA doing All the Stars. This is from the Black Panther album. All the Stars. From 2018. One of the best albums ever. From Kendrick Lamar and company. When he was previously at Top Dog Entertainment. Oh, and now we got the most highly anticipated song in recent memory.
Of course.
Well, of course I vibe to Euphoria on this one. Now it's Not Like Us. I'm wondering when he's going to get some from GNX as well. And I can recognize TV Off. Even some people can't believe the Chiefs are getting shut out. I can't believe it either. But,
yeah.
Hey, probably the Royals can deliver something this year, I would believe. Maybe the next step could be forward.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not ungrateful, but this just hurts. It hurts anytime you watch your team lose.
It hurts for any fan. It does. And then the entire crowd chants A minor.
Of course.
Yep, of course, that is the part. Oh. And now he's commanding the Superdome's attention. And now here's TV Off. And he does that scream. And you wonder, how long can anyone hold a scream? I mean, I'm trying to record the amount of time that he can hold a scream. And I'm just asking this because, of course, he got 17-second screams from Emily Armstrong and Chester Bennington in the past. Oh. Oh, this halftime show is certainly delivering here for Kendrick fans all around. I know some Kendrick fans who were thrilled to see him in the Super Bowl. And now another scream. About 5 seconds or so. Oh, and while he is saying in his raps, turn this TV off, well, a lot of fans won't be turning the TV off up until Four Nations comes alive here. And that's it for the halftime show. Kendrick Lamar and SZA, you got my attention.
All right, Alex. All right. I'll join you at the end.
No problem.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead and call the rest of the game. You're doing a great job so far. I'll join you later.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. I'll be there for you. French Quarter was pumped for Kendrick Lamar at the halftime show. Go for the song listing. Performed at the Super Bowl at the every song and special guest that we have seen. They haven't listed it off just yet about his songs played. But Humble, DNA, Euphoria, Not Like Us, and TV Off were among those. The Kendrick and SZA working with each other so often. All the Stars also part of that listing. You know, Lil Wayne was a little upset. Lil Wayne was upset that he didn't get the nod, knowing he's from New Orleans. The Natchez is an authentic steamboat with a calliope that cruises the length of the city twice daily. Unlike most other places in the United States, New Orleans is widely known for its elegant decay. The historic cemeteries and their distinct above-ground tombs are adjacent attractions in themselves, the oldest and most famous of which St. Louis Cemetery greatly resembles Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. So it is game over for Drake. It looks like it's a late Christmas present here for Kendrick fans. Bah humbug for Drake fans. Second half is next here in a moment. I am Alec Nava. We'll see if this domination continues or if the Chiefs have an answer. And speaking of late Christmas presents, it is a late Christmas present for the Eagles. As I alluded to previously, like with Drake fans, it's bah humbug for the Chiefs all throughout. Two years ago, the Chiefs trailed 24-14 at halftime. That matches the same number of points the Eagles put up 2 years ago with the 24 points at the first half. See how the Chiefs adjust here in the second half. How they come back here. They came back in their Super Bowl victories in the Mahomes era. The San Francisco 49ers trailed by 22 points at halftime here at this very venue 12 years ago. Almost engineered a comeback. Ted Ginn, however, was tackled as time expired by Josh Bynes on the ensuing free kick after Sam Cook ran the ball at the back of his own end zone. Chiefs had the ball to start this second half. The Eagles won the coin toss and elected to receive. It's rare as it sounds. However, some risk may have to be taken, and the Eagles know that risk that they're running with. But they're comfortable and confident in their defense, and they trust them the rest of the way. All throughout, Mahomes and company in a large comeback on the way back. They trailed by 10 points in each of their Super Bowl victories. However, 24 points is the largest deficit they're facing in a Super Bowl. Jake Elliott will send it to Nico Remigio on the way. And Elliott's Eagles will go back on defense. They've been stellar at shutting down Mahomes and company. The 33 yards thrown, you have to imagine, are a season low for Mahomes this season. Very uncharacteristic of the Chiefs to be this flat. A 10.7 quarterback rating for Mahomes as opposed to Hurts' 91.8 as Kelsey motions towards the left side. On the handoff to Isaiah Pacheco towards the right side, he gets 6, maybe 7. And Pacheco fired up to start off. Well, you got to take it one step at a time. Don't go straight and direct onto one thing. Even for the third quarter already starting. That's 6 yards. Oren Burks and Josh Sweat. Mahomes quickly to Worthy. Shakes off one man. Getting by through Zach Bond. And that's the first down of the second half for the Chiefs. They had just one in the first half. That was on their opening drive. They had just one. The Mahomes and company going hurry up here, wanting to catch the Eagles off guard and make halftime adjustments. Mahomes with time. He runs into a wall. Loss of 1. He was grabbed by Jordan Davis, whose impact was limited throughout the season. However, he has come up big in moments as the team's nose tackle. So loss of 1 as Davis got the sack. As Mahomes is trying to get away from the pressure. Vic Fangio's defensive front, so effective at getting four-man rushes to perfection and getting coverage sacks. Hollywood Brown in motion, he goes back towards the right side. Another four-man rush by the Eagles. Mahomes can't get away again. That's twice now the Eagles have gotten to him right after the second first down the Chiefs picked up. And it's Josh Sweat with 2.5 sacks in this game. And Jawan Taylor tried to fend off Sweat. Isaiah Pacheco put on an extra block right up front. Sweat knew that Mahomes was going to take off and run it up for the middle, seeing that nothing was there in terms of any open options. And Sweat got there right on time to shut him down. 3rd and 17. Samaje Perine gets to the left, or rather to the right of Mahomes. Yet another four-man rush. Mahomes forced towards the right side, chased by Sweat again. Mahomes, does he stay in bounds? That's the question. It won't matter either way. However, it will be another punt for Matt Araiza. 8 yards. They'll mark it. You'd wonder if his foot stepped out of bounds at any point during the run. So Matt Araiza will punt. Once again, the Eagles continuing a dominant run. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. So far, the Eagles showing that. Araiza kicks it. And Cooper DeJean back at his own 7-yard line. This bounces to the end zone. Second touchback here. The blocker was Kelly Ringo, an alum of Georgia. Returning here, the Eagles trying to continue and expand their lead. Back in a moment. Coming Wednesday, John Ott and I will be broadcasting the Four Nations Face-Off. Begins with Canada and Sweden. Canada hoping that Sidney Crosby is available. If he can't go, Mark Scheifele will take his place. We'll also be covering the Stanley Cup playoffs together. Third year in a row. Began our work together in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Dallas and Minnesota. The double overtime thriller. 24-0 Eagles lead in Super Bowl 59. The rematch of Super Bowl 57 in Phoenix. Jalen Hurts to throw it. He'll swing it towards the right side for Saquon. Being chased down by Chanel. Two Chiefs crowd up on him as Kari Blossingame paved a block on that right side. Called up from the practice squad before this game, and he's paving some good rushing lanes for Philadelphia. The Eagles don't use fullbacks a lot, but this time here, Blossingame being trusted. 6-year fullback out of Vanderbilt, who's previously on the Tennessee Titans. As their fullback, blocking for Derrick Henry up front. Now he's blocking for Saquon Barkley as Dotson motions to the left. It is Saquon again. Gets back to the 25-yard line, 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. It's been a year to remember for Saquon. He has 14 games of at least 100 rushing yards, tied for the most in NFL history. He has the most single-season rushing yards all time among any running back. He has 7 rushing touchdowns of at least 60 yards. The rest of the NFL combined for 10. He did have a legitimate case for NFL MVP this season. Eagles are 2 of 6 on third down. Not a lot of third down conversions being made by either team, though the Eagles have been on point defensively, making life hell for Mahomes. Hurts has to run up front. Has the first down. He's continuing. He'll slide shy at the 45-yard line. He was chased down by Cook and Chanel. That scramble paving off, and what intelligence by Hurts to run away from the pressure and take it 16 yards. Getting away from George Karlaftis. He chased behind by Chanel and Bolton, 2 of the linebacker corps for Kansas City. Jalen Hurts setting up the pistol set with Saquon right behind him. 9 rushes, 41 yards, and a touchdown of Calcaterra motioning left and right. Hurts will hand it off. No, he's going to fake it and then roll out towards his right side. Karlaftis chasing him. Open man towards the sideline. That is Devontae Smith. Justin Reed wrapped him up and threw him down. The Chiefs have not been shut out this season. They have not lost where they played all their starters since the Bills beat them by 9 points in the regular season, week 11. 2nd and 4. As Kansas City is loading up the box. It is Saquon again. One Chief missed him. Gets right by. And takes it to the 43-ish yard line. 10 yards. On this run up for the middle is Drew Tranquil. Shoestringed him. Longest run tonight for Saquon. 15 first downs for the Eagles so far. Just 2. Josh Sweat could make a case for Super Bowl MVP. Cooper DeJean, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, they're not out of it. Calcaterra motioning towards the right. And along with him is Dallas Goedert. Pitch to Barkley. To the 40. Tranquil was the one bringing him down. We're nearing the halfway mark of this Super Bowl. Widely anticipated to be Kellen Moore's last game as an Eagle. And looking through each of these rosters, among the veteran leaders, Lane Johnson, 34 years old. Brandon Graham, 36 years old. Detroit, Michigan native. You know, some were watching this are Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey, Malcolm Jenkins, Zach Ertz. We're all part of the original Eagles crew from the past. Chiefs send pressure here, sending 5. 2nd and 7 as Hurts gets away. Moving up front for the first down and then some. He slides at the Super Bowl logo, giving himself up to 25. While the Chiefs defense is elite, they tend to have trouble against mobile quarterbacks. That trouble is being exploited here in front and center. The Eagles are putting up a clinic on the Chiefs right now as Hurts got away from 3 guys. Jahan Dotson motioning towards the left side. It was acquired. An offseason trade from Washington. Hurts standing in the pocket. Moves away from Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Caught at the 5-yard line. It is Saquon Barkley. Slips right by everyone as he juggled the ball beforehand and handled this one to perfection. Oops right by. Drew Tranquil was the closest one in coverage at that right side. A missed assignment by the Chiefs. The second time this has happened. No pass interference this time around. Here's Saquon. He hasn't found the end zone. Gets wrapped up for a loss of about 2-yard line. Of 2 yards. Shamari Connor wrapped him up. That brings the Eagles back to 2nd and goal. You're past the halfway mark of the 3rd quarter. It's more realistic the Eagles take the L out of Lover and make this over, brother, with a touchdown. That could be. Kansas City, no answer. Notice a loss of 2.5 yards. A.J. Brown split out wide to the right. 3 touchdowns for the Eagles. 2 offensive, 1 defensive. And a timeout being called by Hurts This is the first timeout they're using. It's not like the CFL where they have 2 timeouts each for the entire game. They covered a Grey Cup game between the Montreal Alouettes and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Cody Fajardo with a masterclass of a final drive. Hurts is getting the play over with Nick Sirianni. This is a wheel route towards the right side. And Nick Foles is watching this from the press box. $253-38, the total yards in favor of the Eagles. It isn't even that close of a contest here. Saquon went for a loss of 3 on the previous play. See how this goes here as they come back. It's a wheel route for Saquon. Going right by, got through. Drew Tranquil. He gets the rock again. He's not having his way this time around. The Chiefs are getting the better of him. Gets back to the 6-yard line before Justin Reed got to him, and Chris Jones, who had some questions at injury onto his neck, now feeling his heel. Oh my, and he's taking it's off. So we'll go step away here as Chris Jones is being tended to for his injury. Jones is on the medical table as he tried to get by through Jordan Mailata and Cam Jurgens. He's getting examined on his heel. And it doesn't look good as he was limping off the field. Third and goal for the Eagles as we get right back. No Jones for the Chiefs defense. Does Spagnuolo go with the blitz here? No, he doesn't. It's Hurts with a clean pocket here on third down. Running out of time as Dana's getting up to him. Hurts. And at the throw here, he does. And that is incomplete towards the right side. Looking for Devontae Smith at the shallow corner of the end zone. So the Chiefs hold on. Will limit the Eagles to a field goal, but I don't think the Eagles really do mind that much. It only expands the lead to 27. if Jake Elliott hits this. And he will get it out there. 48 yards on his first try. This will be his second attempt. Ball will be spotted from the 6-yard line. And this will be a 24-yarder. A chip shot field goal for him. Not that big of a deal for Philadelphia. Should be an easy make for him. There's moving up front. Holds it on. Both sides are pointing fingers. It's the second time in the field goal attempt in which there was movement up front. Andy Reid's on standby. It's a snap infraction on Rick Lovato. One of the rarest penalties that you will ever see in NFL. There's another false start. It's a snap infraction against Lovato. They have called this the second snap infraction against him. Now it's a 29-yarder. The penalty on the first field goal try didn't phase Elliott. See if this one doesn't phase him either. Chances are it doesn't. It will not. It's a 27-point lead for the Eagles as they are blanking the Chiefs. Through 40 minutes, or nearly 40 minutes of action. Elliott having a war with Mike Morton as we head to break. Nobody could imagine what is transpiring right now here at the Superdome. The Eagles, of course, not only with a revenge on the mind, but also with a Lombardi on their mind. They're 20 minutes and 18 seconds away from their second Lombardi in franchise history. One timeout used by the Eagles. The Chiefs have not been held off the score sheet in the Super Bowl. The last time the Chiefs got a shutout, so the Broncos handed the Chiefs their first shutout since December 2012 in Week 18. However, when you exclude games in which there were no starters playing, it was December 2012 when that last happened as the pass and catch was made from Mahomes to DeAndre Hopkins for 10 yards. Chiefs may have to go hurry up the rest of the way as Travis Kelce may have gotten away with a hold at the right side. And Mahomes able to find the open Hopkins, who made up for his earlier drop, and Kareem Hunt gets 6 yards out of that. So when you account for starters playing here, December 2012 was the last time the Chiefs were shut out in a game. They don't want this to happen to them. It will be humiliating getting blown out by this much on the grandest stage. Mahomes gets away from two rushers. Forced to the right side, flag down near the pocket, gets in front. Mahomes running for his life. And for the moment, he has a first down. No, he lost the ball. Did he slide forwards and keep the ball? In doing so, or this is going to come back, it seems. This is reminiscent of Super Bowl 55, in which he has been running for his life. There's a lot of holding on this play, including on that right side the line, in which it was caught from Jawan Taylor, whose holding issues plagued him all through last season. Kareem Hunt couldn't get anything out of that next play. Just 1 yard there for Hunt. You bet that the Chiefs are going to start going for it on fourth down. They need points. 3rd and 13. They need points here. In many ways possible, the Eagles were buckling down the Chiefs all game long. Kansas City is 0-for-7 on 3rd down tonight. This is far from the Chiefs that we're used to seeing throughout every season. There's 3 guys on the rush here for the Eagles, and Travis Kelce, who was held without a catch in the first half, gets towards midfield, and so with his 4th down, 8 yards there, and because of the deficit that the Chiefs are facing, they need to go for it. Just put the punt, just leave Matt Ariza on the bench. From this point forward, you got to start slinging the ball. Throw it with poise as much as possible. 4th and 4.5. First down marker is midfield. You have 2 receivers at the right, 2 receivers at the left. Motioning left is Justin Watson. Mahomes towards the right side. Batted away. Avonte Maddox broke it up and jumped a route. You'd bet there are watch parties in Philadelphia going on frenzies on full force right now. Boy, the whole city's about to go crazy. As that pass was broken up on the right side. Back in a moment. Pass intended on the right side, I believe, for DeAndre Hopkins, but Maddox got a hand on it to break that pass up. Mahomes trying to engineer something out of this. Hopkins the intended target. The official timeout with 2:47 to go in this third quarter. Jalen Hurts and company take over at the Chiefs' 46-yard line. Pistol set. It's Kansas City. Wanting to get some energy out of this. It's a play fake. Hurts gonna go deep for the home run. Touchdown! He lets the Fly Eagles fly to Devontae Smith. The Alabama connection is alive and well.
Hey, man.
I have no words of what to say here.
Hey, look. I said I'd be there at the end, but I gotta be honest. I can already tell you what happened. Eagles were the better team. They beat us. That's it. Hey, I'm not gonna be able to join you, man. I'd have nothing to add. I've turned off the game. It just wouldn't serve. It wouldn't serve anyone anything for me to join. So I'm just gonna do my thing for the rest of the night.
Yeah, you know, it feels like the moment that touchdown happened, this game is basically all but over.
Honestly, dude, it was all but over after the first half. I was just holding out hope that, maybe some bullshit would happen, but you know what? It's fine. We've had so much success already. Things, and we're still a dynasty. It just, the better team wins every time. Yeah, it just sucks. Anyways, thanks for doing this. I'll join you for the Four Nations face-off when it happens, but have a good night, man. The better team won. Great job. Yeah, man. All right. Have a good night.
Yeah. Good night, Ian. Oh, flag here. 2:33 to go in this third quarter as there's an illegal block in the back on Jaden Hicks during the return. So, 2:33. Of course, that scoreline says everything. More about the Eagles. If anything, this is reminiscent to when the Detroit Pistons beat the Los Angeles Lakers in the 2004 finals. Mahomes trying a deep shot. Rainbows wonder-worthy. Well, there's some things to say about some Mahomes magic. Patrick Mahomes to Xavier Worthy for 50 yards. On a big play. Something that we haven't seen a lot here is Mahomes does the more methodical approach. A rainbow to Worthy at the right side. It was chased down by both DeJean and Blankenship. That's the longest play for the Chiefs on the night. Mahomes, under duress, he'll spike this towards the dirt for Pacheco. So it's now 2nd and 10 right after that. There was more pressure on the inside. Interior pressure is what Vic Fangio wanted to prioritize with the defensive line that he grouped up with. Milton Williams being that. Mahomes. More pressure here. And he can't get away. That's Hot who brought him down as Mahomes is scrambling up front. So now it's third down here as the Chiefs are in Eagles territory for the first time tonight. It's 4 yards on the scramble from Mahomes. Kansas City has yet to convert a third down. Missed on their first 8. Mahomes, no room to throw. Is that a legal forward pass? That is the question for the moment. They'll give it the first down. Is that legal? Was his foot across the line of scrimmage at the time he made the throw? Did he get 1 foot down across the line of scrimmage? They may take a look at this. Travis Kelce made the catch. They are going to look at it further. And Andy Reid is wondering, what the heck is this all about? Well, it looks like they'll let them go. They're wondering what the stoppage is about. There's a little stoppage. And as it says, 13 yards on that catch. That's the first time the Chiefs have converted a third down. It took them nearly 44 minutes to get their first third down conversion. Another play fake. More pressure. It is Brandon Graham. Mahomes throwing towards the end zone. Oh my goodness! Finally, Xavier Worthy finds the end zone. Well, there is something. This is going to be close, though. He held on to that the elbow touched the ground as he secured it. I will believe it did, as he was reaching down from under. This is what is called as a double shift route. Not really, it was more of a go route as Worthy dove for the ball, going down with this. This looks like Super Bowl 48 all over again. This will be a 2-point try for the Chiefs. 4 guys on the right side, 1 on the left. Mahomes on a play fake, throwing towards the right, and no good on the 2. C.J. Gardner-Johnson almost had an interception. Oh, looking for Travis Kelce, but all of the Chiefs were discombobulated. 34 seconds to go here in this third quarter. This speaks to the entire domination that the Eagles are putting. A defensive masterclass of all sorts. You would say Josh Sweat could be Super Bowl MVP. Check on Saquon Barkley and his stats as we are nearing the end of the third quarter. So far, it's 43 rushing yards for Saquon. Jalen Hurts, 10 rushes, 55 yards. 15 and 22 and 1 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Sweat still up in that consideration, 2.5 sacks, 3 QB hits in that discussion. Philadelphia has dictated the pace of this game. So now as we get a return here from, I believe it's Will Shipley, who used to play lacrosse, second lacrosse player to play in a Super Bowl, joining Chris Hogan, Kevin Hart, Paul Rudd, and Hathaway in attendance in the Celebrity Watch. Taylor Swift, of course, being one of them. Kendrick Lamar, SZA headlining the halftime show. So every celebrity who's cheering here, Jay-Z in attendance, Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper, Eagles superfan, in attendance as well. It's a toss to the left for Saquon Barkley. Barkley munched up. We've got some breaking news out of Dallas. Now, Anthony Davis is expected to miss multiple weeks for non-contact injury, a left adductor strain. As the Eagles lead big here, heading into the final quarter. 15 minutes to go for a second title for Eagles faithful. 2nd and 6 when we return. And Swoop the Eagle is all hyped up. Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith, an Alabama connection that is as old as time itself. Fourth quarter is next. "15 more minutes until a second Super Bowl arrives at the city of brotherly love." And while I said this is reminiscent of Super Bowl 55, this also is reminiscent of Super Bowl 48. The best quarterback being under duress all night long and getting blown to smithereens by a seismic proportion. You can maybe mix up both of them. Saquon Barkley on the swing pass from Hurts. He gets by for the first. Best team up against best quarterback. So it is indeed a left adductor strain for Anthony Davis, as we got the recent news on that. His absence could stretch to a month. His first game with the Mavs, he was playing his very best. Went off of the first quarter, but it was a non-contact injury that forced him out the game. 34-6, Philadelphia leads. Xavier Worthy got the Chiefs on the board. Not enough. Saquon Barkley through the left. Cam Jurgens jumping up. Did he feel something? As Barkley gets stuffed. 3 yards as he was stopped by Mike Pennell and Nick Bolton. Of course, this Eagles group being a different group from the one that lost 2 years ago. The holdovers being Hurts, Brown, Smith, Gainwell, Goddard, Calcaterra, Johnson, Elaine Johnson, Mailata, Dickerson, Jurgens. On offense, Smith motions towards the right, and the slot as well. Shotgun set, Chiefs blitz, Hurts has to hurry up and throw it, got his man. On the slant, A.J. Brown on Trent McDuffie. Size advantage matters. Of course, there's with Brown standing at 6'1" compared to McDuffie, who's 5'11", and has more oomph onto his weight on anything. A more physical receiver playing a more physical game. It's what hockey players call grit and sandpaper. Brown has 3 catches for 43 yards and a touchdown. The question is, who's going to win Super Bowl MVP? Jalen Hurts may be in line for that. Josh Sweat is not out of it. Saquon Barkley, oh, a nice spinorama. Just gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that spin shows how good he is as a running back. Play at the elite level. Josh Sweat's not out of the Super Bowl MVP running. Devontae Smith's not out of it either. Chris Jones may not be here any longer. 34-6, Eagles leading. Essentially, this is the final boss the Chiefs are facing throughout their season. Moving around is Grant Calcaterra. He is the second tight end on this field. Hurts, backpedaling 5-10 yards, being chased by Wharton and Dana. Hurts gets to the edge, a first down, and runs out of bounds. Jalen Hurts with his legs, showing that he's one of the more dangerous runners in the NFL. You check along with Scoregami Watch. If the final score is 41-6, the last game and the 41-6 final score has been done December of 2001. 11 rushes, 72 yards, and a touchdown. They're at the Chiefs 27, and they want to put more to the scoreline here. 2 yards for Saquon. Hurts having himself a field day so far, along with the rest of this Eagles offense and the entirety of the Eagles defense. A complete team game. Of course, you want to have a game like this. This is a dream game for anyone to have. Of course, Devontae Smith playing his best game as an Eagle. Taylor Swift, Donna Kelsey, Ed Kelsey, Jason Kelsey, and Jason's wife, Eagle superfan Kylie Kelsey. All in attendance. The Kelsey family's here. Whereas Jason being happy because it's his Eagles as Hurts gets hauled down at the 30-yard line by Derek Noddy and Drew Tranquil. We're 5 minutes into this fourth quarter, approximately. Of course, among those celebrities that are watching this game. 3rd and 13. After Hurts lost 3 yards on that sack between Tranquil and Noddy, but the Eagles are content with the lead they have right now. And while the Chiefs dynasty is still intact, nothing's over for the Chiefs dynasty until it is truly over. Not as long as Mahomes and Reed are here. Saquon gets stopped at the line of scrimmage. Kansas City will still be around. You can never count them out for as long as they're standing. Not in any year. Even though this may be the end for the Chiefs this season, and with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, of course, nothing is guaranteed in life. And it's the first time out used by the Chiefs before Jake Elliott kicks his field goal. This will be a 48-yard attempt for Elliott. Clock stops with 9:56 to go. Gianni Infantino watching this game from the press box. FIFA's president. World Cup coming next year. 48 yards on the left hash is the attempt from Elliott. Man to hold, Lovato to snap. It's up. In a year of struggle, he's made the most of his opportunities here in the playoffs. The Eagles up 37-6. And wonder what much else is to be done since everything has already been there for both sides. We'll be right back. (37-6). And while the Eagles are flying on safe airspaces, the Chiefs have hit turbulence all around. The airplane's shaking. And while the Chiefs dynasty is still up, the 3 Super Bowls in 5 years cemented that dynasty. One can only wonder what they would go forward from here. For the Eagles, it isn't just revenge, it's a beatdown of all sorts. 37-6, our current scoreline right now. Mahomes walking onto the field. And in the general consensus that the Chiefs bench is dejected. Though, if my team has won 3 Super Bowls in a 5-year span, I would cherish these memories as well. These opportunities don't go up here as often as they are. It's basically once-in-a-lifetime moments to win these. And they make the most of it. And Mahomes, oh, the ball is out! And it looks like the Eagles have it! Another turnover here. Milton Williams making sure that. And he dunks that down. They say swiper, no swiping, but they're too late. They'll never find it now. Williams caused the pressure, getting right by the left guard, Caliendo, who started in the place of Joe Thuney, who shifted over to left tackle. Williams, who got a hand onto the ball, beating Caliendo, who is arguably the weak link to this offensive line now. Nolan Smith and Williams scrambled to pick it up. Williams the first to it. Jalen Carter opening up the other lanes. So 1st and 10, Philadelphia ball. The penalty on Williams at the end of the play right after the play for unsportsmanlike conduct. The play was recovered at the Kansas City 18-yard line. The penalty will get them back to the Kansas City 33. .9:42 remaining here on a run for the Chiefs that's been otherwise magical. This game, they're not going out of a bang. They're going out of a whimper. So now the Eagles try to make the Chiefs pay. Saquon Barkley yet to find the end zone, but the way that this game is going, the Eagles can just focus on getting the Lombardi Trophy. $37-6. Of course, that is the scoreline. A beatdown to this magnitude that has only been seen in Super Bowls 55 and 48. Super Bowls are normally close, or Super Bowls are better when they're normally closer. And this is a complete game for the Eagles. And not one player gets a failing grade for Philadelphia. Saquon gets a loss of 2, though. He was forced behind by Leo Chenal. It'll be 3rd down. See what Philadelphia will do. As Milton Williams, an emerging star on the defensive line, under the tutelage of Vic Fangio, a defensive coordinator. Eagles being the designated home team, in the times in which they won the Super Bowl, they won their home colors. The defensive line coach Quint Hurt also mentoring him all the way with the rest of the defensive linemen. Hurt was previously the defensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, now the D-line coordinator and a senior defensive assistant for Philadelphia. And while the edge rusher talent was a little weaker, they got stronger everywhere else. Defensive line included, linebackers included, secondary included, and it showed from start to finish. The moment they stepped foot at Sao Paulo, when they took on the Green Bay Packers in a shootout between Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. And odds are Nick Sirianni could be getting a pay raise right after this, going from one of the least paid coaches in the NFL to one of the highest paid coaches in the NFL. Passing yards have not come by a lot here, but Hurts is 17-22 for 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. If the NFL were to go with offensive and defensive MVPs, offensive MVP would be Hurts. Defensive MVP would be Josh Sweat. It is 3rd and 5. In a pistol set for Philadelphia. 8:13 to go after the Eagles took their second timeout. Celebrations already starting in Philadelphia. And while Barkley isn't getting a lot of the action, remember the Chiefs have not allowed a 100-yard rusher this season. Barkley, 25 carries for 57 yards. But that's not been bothering the Eagles so far. So it'll be another field goal attempt for Philadelphia. And not before a timeout called by the Chiefs. No matter what happens for the rest of this game, we're staying with you for the Lombardi Trophy presentation and the Super Bowl MVP. Remember, Wednesday starts the Four Nations Face-Off coverage. Doing that with good friend John Ott. Canada and Sweden, the first game. Elliott has made all 3 of his previous field goal tries. 48, 29, 48. This is 45 from the left hash. And a common theme. Flags flying on field goal tries. That's the third time this has happened on a Jake Elliott field goal try. And this penalty is going to be against Jordan Mailata. So, for that false start, we'll have to do this over again. Now, for Elliott, he struggled from at least 50 yards this season. It has not been his strongest season there. But this is a kicker who's made one of the toughest kicks in NFL history. 59 yards in the rain. However, that was last year. This year has been very different for him. He is not at that same efficiency from 50 and beyond. This is 50 exact now from the left hash. He doesn't have a problem here. 40-6. Unbelievable. 8 minutes and 1 second to go before Philadelphia can celebrate. We'll be right back. Don't forget we had this Super Bowl presentation, the Lombardi Trophy right afterwards. Just counting down the minutes until the Eagles can celebrate their second Super Bowl win in franchise history. Previous one coming in the 2017 season. That was 7 seasons ago. 40-6 is the current scoreline. As of right now, Milton Williams helped generate that turnover. Jake Elliott will send this deep to Nico Remigio back deep. Gotta take your chances. He's returning it. Gets a block. Past the 20. And down to 25. Excellent special teams. Excellent special teams that time. As the defense is swarming all over the field. So Eric Allen, Jared Allen, part of the Hall of Fame class this year. Antonio Gates and Sterling Sharp, only 4 members of the 2025 NFL Hall of Fame class. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Antonio Gates, and Sterling Sharp. Passes caught and taken for near a first down by Travis Kelce. Limited impact for him in this game, just 9 yards on that catch and run for Kelce. Just 3 catches for 31 yards. Xavier Worthy with 4 catches, 81 yards, and a touchdown. Halfway point of the fourth quarter. 2nd and 1. The Eagles fans just starting to countdown timer. Feels like the New Year's countdown for them. Mahomes play fakes it. Gonna dump it off towards the left side for Pacheco. Evans first down, easiest day for him. Clock continues to roll. And Pacheco's rushing back to the new line of scrimmage. Each team with 1 timeout left. Cannot afford to waste that. Of course, the Chiefs now basically playing for next season when play begins 7 months from now. Mahomes will look. Has a clean pocket. Will dump it out for Kelce. Whoa, he got hit pretty good. Shy of midfield and shy at the first down marker. Taking for 7 yards that time. It's 8 yards actually. It's time for the Four Nations Face-Off. Matches coming on Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Next Sunday will be the Daytona 500. Well towards the right for Warby. He'll take this out at the Eagles 40. Another first down. 6:16 to go. And now the clock resumes. And now whistles blowing for the next play. Mahomes discussing with Mike Morton, Super Bowl winning referee with the St. Louis Rams, as it's Xavier Worthy on another catch. So now Nick Sirianni tasting glory closer by the moments. 5:30 left. Just a matter of time. And through the air. Oh, that was airmail towards the left side. Missed everyone, including the defenders. Hollywood Brown was the closest one, and everyone's shaking their heads about what was that pass. .526. As everyone is anticipating who is going to be named Super Bowl MVP, plus the concluding interviews. That's going to be a free play. Mahomes airs this out deep. Through double coverage. Intercepted. It's not going to count though. CJ Gardner-Johnson will take this and then run some more. Clock out. He's going to wait some more. He's going to go all the way to the end zone. This is not going to count. None of this is going to count. We would believe this is going to be an offside against the Eagles here. None of this, if this is an offside penalty, none of this is going to count. I believe it's Jalen Carter who jumped first. And indeed it is an offside against Carter. So it's just more insult to injury with that pick six. It would have been if it weren't for Jalen Carter. The Chiefs weren't even trying to tackle CJ Gardner-Johnson. 19 postseason wins since 2000. 4 Super Bowl appearance, which they won Super Bowl 52. Nick Foles hoisting that Super Bowl up high. Jeffrey Lurie, the team owner of the Eagles, watching his team from upstairs. It's a free first down for the Chiefs, but none of this is going to matter. It's going to be 3rd and short, extremely short, about half a yard. They're going to run it and get a first down to the 24-yard line. It's going to take more clock out. Samaje Perine with the latest run. He was part of the Cincinnati Bengals team that went to Super Bowl 56. He was the intended man on Joe Burrow's last pass. And Eagles fans are getting set for the celebration. And to wonder what color is the Gatorade. A shotgun set for the Chiefs. Mahomes runs for his life. Gonna take off and run with this one. And a swipe. Was he hit late? Well, Milton Williams was in the vicinity, but it was not ruled a late hit. The Lombardi Trophy is out on one of the sidelines. 4:13 to go. Two receivers towards the left. Of course, we're going to commentate this the rest of the way. Mahomes got it off quickly, and the open man at the left side is Hollywood Brown. It's forced out by Quinyon Mitchell. A very complete team, the Eagles. The most complete team as assembled today. And Mahomes threw it up as he was blitzed by Zach Bond up the middle. That pressure's got Bond to Defensive Player of the Year conversations. Plays like that to make game-changing plays with Bond bringing the heat up the middle. And coming in unblocked. Nobody picked him up as well. 3:53, the clock is stopped. Now it runs. Swings it to the left for Worthy, who stutter steps and is forced out again. And stops the clock again. 3:48 to go. And while Kansas City may score here again, it's not going to matter a lot anymore. Cooper DeJean watches onwards. It's a 2nd and 3. Four yards away from pay dirt. But the scoreline shows two sides of the dominance. This is a corn dog play. Eagles pick it up. Mahomes finds Hollywood Brown. Flag is in the end zone, though. And while this is a touchdown for the moment, we will check the play to see what this is. It's Juju Smith-Schuster getting called for a pick on pass interference there. At the left side, Hollywood Brown getting himself open as Juju set the pick on not on Quinyon Mitchell, but rather Reed Blankenship. Collided with him. That was an easy as day pass interference, and that pushes the Chiefs backwards 10 more yards. P-Rye motioning towards the left. Not a corn dog play. Mahomes stepping up in the pocket, getting away from Brandon Graham. He slides the 5-yard line. Clock is continuing to roll. And while the Chiefs are back at the 5-yard line, it'll be 3rd down here for them. And that clock already showing. Yeah, even though the Chiefs have lost this game, many NFL fans may point to that the Chiefs' deal with the devil has already expired. What they seem. It's 3rd and 6, though, at the 7-yard line. Less than 3 minutes to go. Mahomes will look, throwing towards the left side. Was that caught? It is. And DeAndre Hopkins gets the 2nd touchdown for the Chiefs. The one-on-one matchup of Quinyon Mitchell, who's held opponents over at Guantanamo Bay. Very rarely do you see him give up a pass like that. Since the game is already over and out of hand, well, doesn't mind. 2:54 to go as Kareem Hunt motioning to the right of Mahomes. Justin Watson also in motion. Rollout play right. Mahomes runs down a time, and this is caught. Another flag is down. It's at the back of the end zone. It is Justin Watson with the catch. For the moment, the Chiefs have 2 points. So what's this call? So it's a successful 2-point try. The penalty will be accepted at the kickoff. This penalty is for illegal use of hands on Reed Blankenship. So the first NFL job that Nick Sirianni took was with the Chiefs from 2009 to 2012. That was where it all started. He was not retained for Andy Reid's staff when Todd Haley got fired. His upbeat personality and his fiery personality with intense emotion. He knows that victory's on the horizon. And that cuts the deficit to 26. Not much there to be done. All the Eagles need is just one first down. Our second down play. They can run this with Saquon if they want. Of course, victory on the horizon. And now they are lining up on an onside kick formation. It's Leo Chenal kicking an onside kick. That went out as well as expected, as it seemed to be the Eagles recovering it, unless if there is a dog pile, they believe they've recovered it, and they have. So, as the Eagles recover it, everything about Philadelphia. So, Philadelphia getting set onto the frenzy as the city waiting for their Super Bowl champions. City playing extensive role in United States history. Founded by William Penn, an English Quaker and advocate of religious freedom, serving as the capital of the Pennsylvania colony during the colonial era. Here comes the Gatorade bath for Nick Sirianni. Here it comes. They're getting it ready. And here it is. The color is light gray. So it's looking very close as you have Kenny Pickett checking in. It's a 5-yard run for Kenneth Gainwell towards the left side as the Eagles backups will finish this game off. Yellow Gatorade. It's a yellow Gatorade for Nick Sirianni. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith gave him the bath. Nice little prank ink there. So, 2:47 is the Chiefs. They used their final timeout, and Sirianni can just clean himself up right after he got that Gatorade bath. The 2nd and 6, he can just run this through. More Smash Mouth football. Still the line of scrimmage for Gainwell. Pickett, the Eagles' backup. One out was Pittsburgh after Russell Wilson was signed. It led to the trade for Justin Fields. And Pickett playing in the Super Bowl. Even though it's a backup to Hurts, it'll be 3rd and 5 as it'll be the 2-minute warning. Right afterwards. This will likely be the last play as the play clock is ahead of the game clock by 2 seconds. This is yet another run. Not much. And we down to the 2-minute warning as Gainwell got stopped at the line of scrimmage. Philadelphia is ready. Celebration is on. Stay tuned for the Lombardi Trophy presentation in just a moment, along with the Super Bowl MVP. .159 to go as Paul McCartney in attendance. The emotional embrace. Saquon spent his entire career before the season with the New York Giants, but he got lowballed when he took a 1-year deal with the Giants, went over to Philadelphia, a divisional rival, and showed his worth, almost breaking Eric Dickerson's rushing record. 4th and 6 as Kenny Pickett can ice it. Chiefs send the blitz. It's incomplete. Is it now the hugs all around? As they all get started for the celebrations, Josh Sweat and Jalen Hurts. Who knows who's going to be the Super Bowl MVP? Or who's going to have the most impact? 156 left. That's how much time left before the official celebrations. Mahomes, he's going to air this deep. Ho-ho! Even in garbage time, Patrick Mahomes to Xavier Worthy, right on the money again. As he beats the double coverage right by the Eagles' backups who, while this game is over, Xavier Worthy showcasing himself why he got the call in Kansas City as he torched right by this secondary and got himself open for positioning. Another 2-point attempt. And now another 2-point try. Oh, that one is caught by DeAndre Hopkins at the left side. That's 2 points. It's 48-22. That's something to get the final score more respectable. However, it doesn't underlie the whole story. That Philadelphia ate Kansas City and their barbecue alive. .148 left as everyone's hugging around at Philadelphia for the conclusion of this game. And while it was not the competitive nature that we were seeing, this was a complete game by Philadelphia, a type of game that you would want to have. A total and complete game. 48-22 as there's another onside kick to be had. It's on the way and recovered by the Eagles. They could just take 3 kneel downs. Grant Calcaterra made the recovery. All that is left is 3 kneel downs. They could just take some time with their kneel downs before getting it off. Darius Slay, who has been with the Lions for a long time before joining the Eagles, has been waiting for this opportunity. 34 years old, wanting to seize the opportunity for himself. 12-year veteran out of Mississippi State, finally going to be crowned a Super Bowl champion as Kenny Pickett takes the first of 3 kneel downs. And the Eagles fans celebrating this here. At this moment here. The embraces from the Chiefs. Is the dynasty still intact? The Eagles celebrating right now. They know they've won. Everyone's ready for the trophy presentation as it is now the second of 3 kneel downs for Pickett. What a moment. The city of brotherly love won their first Super Bowl, scoring at least 40 points. They're winning their second one, scoring 40 exact. Jalen Hurts, national champion with Alabama. And some question him about how he can hold up after he was benched for Tua Tagovailoa in the national championship game. He is delivered on the grandest stage of professional football. Here in front and center. One more kneel down for Pickett. And that's all. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to a Super Bowl victory. Their second Lombardi trophy in 7 years. Jalen Hurts answered all the critics and put up one of his best performances, saving the best for the grand stage. 17-22, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. And as I mentioned, well, as we know about this, the season is over. It concludes with an Eagles victory in the Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni, people are talking about if he can deliver and calm himself down, not let his emotions get the better of him. And now, as we says that, Kelly Midnight Green, silver and white confetti being rained down here at the Superdome at the end of it all. And while the dynasty is still here, it does have to feel a sour taste of the mouth here.
There is a bit of a sour taste, but you know what, man? 3 Super Bowls, 6 years, back-to-back champs. I mean, I gotta be honest, the Chiefs have had a lot of success. They haven't. Yeah, is this disappointing? Of course. You know, everyone's rooting against you. Everyone's, everyone thinks they've, killed the beast, which is cool. I get it. But, you know what, man? It's okay. Because, you know what? I'm alright. I don't know if we're going to make it back here next year. Probably not. But that's okay. Because Mahomes, barring something catastrophic, has many years left in this league. And, for once, we're not completely buoyed by the Chiefs having the ultimate success to get us through sports. As long as the Royals come out looking competitive again, and the Kansas City Current keep doing well, I don't care.
Oh, it's also in Kansas City right now, so I know there's not a lot to worry about barring anything bad happening. But, and again, like I say, congratulations to the Eagles. And congratulations on a hard-fought season for them. They worked for this. They built this team from the ground up for this moment. It's not... forget about revenge for a moment. It's about assembling the best team possible. And this felt, for a moment, for a lot of part of the game, like Super Bowl 48. That's how it felt. Forget Super Bowl 55. It felt like Super Bowl 48. But, one player I'm particularly happy for on the Eagles is Darius Slay. He's been on several bad Lions teams in the early parts of his career. Then went to the Eagles. Made his presence felt as a shutdown corner. In his 12th season, at 34 years old, he's finally a champion.
It's fine. It's perfectly okay. I mean, hey, Alec, okay, let's be real. As a Pens fan, you experienced this. When the Pens lost to the Caps, everybody cheered. Let's be honest. After the back-to-back championships, people were sick of the Penguins.
Yeah. People were sick of us for longer than that, though. Between Crosby and the accusations of crying to the refs, or but he's an otherwise otherworldly talent as well. Don't forget that. In his peak years, he was so fun to watch.
Yep, and you know what? Again, this is gonna... Okay, actually, I gotta be real. Losing, it sucks, but it's almost sobering. Because now they realize we're not we're not totally unbeatable. They'll go into the off season. They'll probably find a way to work some magic. Another strong season. I am not guaranteeing a Super Bowl trip next season, but they'll be back in the playoffs. And I'm okay because the Royals are good. The Kansas City Current is dominant. Sporting Kansas City is... let's just leave them out of it.
Yeah. Oh, and plus, next year, you got the FIFA World Cup with some games being played at Arrowhead.
Yes, we do have that. That will be spectacular.
You know what?
The World Cup.
Yeah, and one part of me actually want to head to Kansas City to watch one of the World Cup games next year.
Nice. Yeah, it's my... Yeah, shoot, man. You're welcome here. Matter of fact, if you want to make this a meetup, we can go ahead and do that.
We could. Yeah. Yeah, also, funnily enough, my dad also used to live in Kansas City when I was over at college. Yeah, his...
Oh, really? What area did he reside in? Was it the West Bottoms or was it northward?
North.
North. Can you remember where exactly?
Yeah, right by Green Hills and near Barry Road and near Green Hills Road.
Barry Road and Green Hills Road.
Well, not exactly Barry Road exactly, but Green Hills Road is the road that leads to the way there. But it's north, closer to the airport.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, look. If you're gonna show up for a World Cup game, we're gonna have to. Oh yeah. Hey, you know what? Actually, my dad just said to me that we have room here for lodging. So if you don't want to spend money on a hotel.
Hey, you know, that's sweet.
Yeah. It is mandatory that we both wash the dishes. Kidding.
And at this point, I'm just wondering how Eagles fans behave in the Super Bowl parties. Or we're wondering if there is some sort of riot breaking out, because last time there was a mini riot.
Oh, they're tearing their city apart right now.
They are?
Well, I don't know, but I'm guessing.
Probably.
It's all right, though. I mean, you know, in past years, I would have gotten really mad at losses like this, but you know what? Actually, Tree posted about this. The thing of this is, he said, you can't really dunk on the Chiefs this bad, considering they were just back-to-back champions, and the possibility of a three-peat was so remote. The fact that they got to this point should be commended.
Yeah. This was the closest that we've got to a three-peat in the NFL ever. The closest one.
Yeah. And you know what? They have 4 Super Bowls to their name. That is tied with, help me remember here. Help me remember, let's see, the only teams with 5 Super Bowls are the Niners and the...
Niners and Cowboys have
Niners and Cowboys.
5 each.
5 each. Steelers and Pats with 6. And with 4 Super Bowls, it's Chiefs, what was it?
So the Chiefs have 4. I'm trying to see who else has 4. We know the Eagles have 2. Rams have 2. Buccaneers have 2. The Broncos have 3. I remember that. Ravens have 2. Oh, yeah, right. The Giants have 4.
Okay. So we're on par with the Giants.
And the Packers, who have 4.
And the Packers. Okay.
So you have that. And also of note, this exact venue, the Superdome, was the site of when the Eagles played their first Super Bowl, when they lost to the Raiders.
Yeah, that was the Dick Vermeil years.
Yeah, and now this is the site of the Eagles avenging their demons from 2 years ago. And there was another stadium that the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl. The old Tulane Stadium, when they had Hank Stram as their coach and Len Dawson as their QB.
Yeah, you know what, Alec? Given the Chiefs went 50 years without a Super Bowl, to have this kind of success, and likely it could continue, I'm okay. I'm perfectly okay with this. I mean, I'm not perfectly okay with this because we lost, but I'm not gonna make excuses. I'm not going to do anything like that, because the Eagles came out, they won. And you know what? Even though it was against their backup, the Chiefs still put up points. They weren't totally pathetic at the end, and I'm okay with that. All right, man. Hey, it's been great talking to you. I am going to thoroughly enjoy covering hockey with you, and hopefully some baseball.
Oh, a Royals preview, perhaps?
Royals preview, or even, just some games, not Royals games, but baseball games.
Hey, so they do have one game circled on the calendar for baseball. Opening night, Dodgers and Tigers.
Hey, we're gonna have to get John on the call.
Yeah, I'll keep in touch. We'll keep in touch with him, as Roger Goodell is with the Lombardi Trophy, and Jeffrey Lurie, now a 2-time Super Bowl champion. And
yeah,
you got.
Hey, Alec, I'm gonna go ahead and log off or get into a Chiefs post-game space. But hey, man, I look forward to the rest of hockey and start of baseball.
Looking forward to the rest of that. Of course, can't wait to do more casts with you. Okay. So, the Eagles being Super Bowl champions, we are awaiting the presentation of the Super Bowl MVP. Of course, this is a very special family, says Jeffrey Lurie. That this is a brotherhood all around. And Nick Sirianni, of course, being a mentor around. This crowd, of course, seeing the presentation the last 2 years, it was Patrick Mahomes and company winning this coveted trophy. The Eagles get their turn now as they defeat the Chiefs. Final score 40-22. And how much of an honor it is. celebrations over the players. Is Sirianni showcasing himself. He is worth the hire. Winning it as the second seed in the AFC. Following the logo for the Super Bowl following the template established since Super Bowl 56. Roman numerals featuring imagery representing the host and city region. Containing artwork by local artist Queen Taj Williams, a figure in the community of the Mardi Gras Indians. The first time the NFL collaborated with a local artist on the design of a Super Bowl emblem. Just before the Super Bowl was set to be played, they were going to review security procedures in the wake of the truck attack on Bourbon Street. 15 victims had their lives claimed by that attack and dozens injured, forcing the delay of the Sugar Bowl to the following day. Walt Liger III said on New Year's Day the priority would be the immediate response to the attack, but there will be more deep conversation in the coming days and weeks to discuss possible enhancements for the Super Bowl. The NFL released a statement by then assuring the game will be a safe and enjoyable experience. And so it was. Of course, more hugs. They all celebrate this moment. And now the Super Bowl trophy hoisted up high by everyone. And your MVP of this game is Jalen Hurts, who finishes tonight 17-22, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a passer rating of 119.7. Also adding 11 rushes for 72 yards and 1 touchdown on the ground. What a moment for Philadelphia. And what a season it has been throughout the course of the 2024 NFL season. Thanks for staying around, every single one of you, through thick and thin, ups and downs, trials and tribulations. Thanks for joining me along with this journey throughout this NFL season. We look to have you guys back here for next season. Here's to another year of great football. I am Alec Nava, and for the last time of this NFL season, I say have a good night, stay safe, and stay blessed.